Chapter 1537. Old Tree, Spare Ribs, There's a Fight. Yi Xian immediately summoned Old Tree and Skeleton King without hesitation. In an instant, it became 4 against 1. After sensing the other two auras, Qiu Feng's body suddenly trembled. Residual flame. Old Tree took the lead, flashed behind Qiu Feng, and then punched him hard. Whoosh! Old Tree's punch did not hit Qiu Feng. To be precise, it did not hit anything. Through the vision sharing, Yi Xian saw Old Tree's punch hit a black hole in space. The Eye of Space has the ability to control space. Not only can it tear space to fight, but it can also be used for defense. While Old Tree was still in shock, the space crack suddenly closed. Whoosh! The space crack closed, leaving half of Old Tree's hand in the space crack. The space crack was almost the strongest attack. Ascension realm powerhouses could tear space even without the Eye of Space, so it was very powerful. It seemed that Qiu Feng would not be so easy to deal with. However, Yi Xian overestimated Qiu Feng. With Qiu Feng's realm, he could only use the ability to tear space a few times. Old Tree's attack was not weak. If Qiu Feng did not use his trump card, he would at least be seriously injured. Then, he would fall into a passive state in the following battle and be killed. It had been 2 days since the last battle with the Eye of Nature, so the Skeleton King's grip of hell could be used. The moment Old Tree's attack failed, he directly stretched out his hand, grabbed Qiu Feng, and then pulled him over. After feeling this irresistible force, Qiu Feng's eyes flickered, and he directly broke open a space door in front of him. And the other end of this space door appeared behind the Skeleton King. Flash punch. Qiu Feng's right hand fiercely blasted out and hit the Skeleton King's back across space. In an instant, the Skeleton King's hard rock armor shattered. This punch was infused with the ability of the Eye of Space. Although it did not tear through space, its power was not small. It directly penetrated the skeleton monarch's body. Unfortunately, this damage could not reach 4/5, which meant that the Skeleton King would not die. At that moment, the immortal phoenix bloodline inside him took effect and healed his wounds. Qiu Feng could only use spatial tear a few times. The first time was to cross space, the second time was to block the Old Tree's attack, and the third time was to attack the Skeleton King. Right now, he could only use it twice. Furthermore, even if he managed to grab hold of Yi Xian after that, he would probably only be able to travel on foot. After all, using the spatial eye required eye power. The power of his eyes had become his fatal flaw. Before he could attack again, Yi Xian and Old Tree had already launched their attacks. He had no choice but to use the Eye of Space again. However, this time, he did not tear through space. Instead, he used another method to defend himself. Space distortion. Yi Xian's burning sky sword art tore through the air. Just as it was about to hit Qiu Feng, it was suddenly repelled by a strange energy. The angle of the burning sky sword art deviated by 30 degrees. Old Tree was the same. When he threw a fire fist, his arm was repelled and hit his left shoulder instead. What the hell? The Eye of Space is really powerful. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Qiu Feng had used the Eye of Space to distort the space around him. Normal attacks could not break through it. Earlier, he had already used the Death Hunt command to mark Qiu Feng. Because Gao Yunlong did not come in person, he could not mark him. However, he now saw that the Eye of Assassination could not be used. This meant that the Eye of Assassination could not pass through this layer of distorted space and reach Qiu Feng's back. Even Old Tree's residual flames were the same. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt the space around him begin to distort. This was because Qiu Feng had used the Eye of Space on him and trapped Yi Xian. Huh, you want to trap me first? Yi Xian immediately understood. It just so happened that Qiu Feng used the Eye of Space again and broke through space to arrive in front of Yi Xian. He still had the ability to break through space, so he could bring Yi Xian back. Yi Xian originally wanted to put away the Old Tree and the Skeleton King, but he changed his mind. Gao Yunlong wanted to capture him, right? Now that Qiu Feng could capture him, wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? Let's go. Qiu Feng still did not understand Yi Xian's plan. He directly grabbed Yi Xian's throat with one hand, then quickly broke open a space door and entered. At the same time, the old tree, the Skeleton King, and Megatron had been put into Yi Xian's planting space. Although the Eye of Assassination and residual flames could not be used, it did not affect the absorption of people. In addition, the special positioning of space could be used. If Yi Xian had wanted to leave earlier, he could have directly broken through space and teleported to the old tree and the Skeleton King's side, or he could have just left. At this moment, Yi Xian had already been forcefully brought through the spatial door by Qiu Feng. At this moment, he arrived at a cave. As soon as he passed through the space door, Yi Xian felt a powerful aura. 9th level Samsara realm. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 9th level Samsara realm. Gao Yunlong, I've finally found you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the figure in front of him and immediately used the death warrant. After Qiu Feng caught him, he really did bring him to Gao Yunlong and handed him over to Gao Yunlong. Before Gao Yunlong and Qiu Feng could react, Yi Xian summoned the old tree and the Skeleton King. With a wave of his hand, 10 corpses appeared. Death intent. Death gaze. In the next moment, Qiu Feng's body began to rapidly decay. At the same time, the 10 corpses on the ground suddenly flipped over. These 10 corpses were at least at the 7th level Samsara realm, and there were even a few 8th level Samsara realm corpses. Among them, there were enemies that Yi Xian had killed and enemies that Hu Xing had sent people to capture. These 10 corpses were affected by the death intent and became battle corpses. The death intent skill appeared after Yi Xian devoured the Eye of Death. The Skeleton King could resurrect corpses that were lower in cultivation than him without any consumption. If he wanted to resurrect corpses of the same cultivation level, he would have to consume soul water. The death gaze was Qi Xuanyue's ultimate move. Just this move alone consumed a large amount of soul water, causing the amplification of the elegy of souls to decrease by 5%. In addition to the resurrection of the death intent, the amplification of the elegy of souls was reduced to 20%. However, this move caught Qiu Feng off guard. Before Qiu Feng could react, his head was turned into ashes, and he died tragically in an instant. Just like that, there was another 9th level Samsara realm corpse. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, indicating that Qiu Feng had really died. Chapter 1538. Fortunately, Yi Xian had managed to protect his Eye of Space. Yi Xian immediately kept the Eye of Space and the Qian Kuan ring. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. This was only the notification for the upgrade. It was not over yet. Ding! Host has devoured an Eye of Space. Ding! Host has devoured an Eye of Space. Ding! Eye of Space has been copied into the Eye catalog. There are currently 3 types: Eye of Nature, Eye of Death, and Eye of Space. Ding! System rewards host celestial eyes to evolve once. Indeed, the reward for the Eye catalog was to evolve the celestial eyes. This was something that Yi Xian had already guessed. After devouring a pair of Eye of Space, he had also mastered some spatial techniques. For example, he could distort space and tear space. Distort space was similar to Qiu Feng. It could be used for defense or to trap people. As for tear space, the distance was much smaller than the void door. However, it was very practical in battle. Previously, Yi Xian had used the void positioning system to set traps for his enemies before using the Eye of the Void to launch a sneak attack. Now that he had the Eye of Space, he no longer needed to do so. As long as he was nearby, he could tear space and attack his enemies from behind. Of course, tearing space consumed a lot of eye power. Yi Xian estimated that he could only use it 2 or 3 times. However, this was enough. At this moment, Qiu Feng was already dead. The appearance of Yi Xian and the other two gave Gao Yunlong a fright. Qiu Feng was killed instantly. Gao Yunlong's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, he had asked Qiu Feng to capture Yi Xian and send him to him. Qiu Feng had done that. However, it was obvious that Yi Xian was playing hard to get. Not only had he successfully found him, but he had also killed Qiu Feng instantly. "Who are you?" Gao Yunlong asked subconsciously. "The one who will kill you." Just like before, Yi Xian had no intention of wasting words with Gao Yunlong. He immediately gave the order to attack. The old tree, the skeletal monarch, Wei Zhentian, and the 11 corpses immediately launched their attacks. The reason why Yi Xian had not allowed the Skeleton King to use its death gaze on Gao Yunlong was because Gao Yunlong had most likely reached the peak 9th level of the Samsara realm. On the other hand, Qiu Feng was only at the initial 9th level of the Samsara realm and would be easier to kill. The success rate of insta-killing Qiu Feng was much higher than the success rate of insta-killing Gao Yunlong. Furthermore, after killing Qiu Feng, Yi Xian and the rest had all made breakthroughs. They were no longer afraid of Gao Yunlong's true body. The Skeleton King, who had already broken through to the 9th level of the Samsara realm, and the old tree flew towards Gao Yunlong from both sides. In addition, Qiu Feng's headless corpse and the other 10 corpses also attacked directly. "You think you can kill me?" Gao Yunlong roared angrily. Vital energy surged out from his body and formed a layer of invisible defense around his body. The defensive strength of this layer of defense was not inferior to Qiu Feng's spatial distortion defense. After all, Gao Yunlong was at the peak 9th level of the Samsara realm and possessed the Eye of Nature. His strength was not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, the old tree and the Skeleton King had already broken through to the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Gao Yunlong's defense was broken through by the Skeleton King. Immediately after, the old tree's remaining flames attacked. Boom! The old tree punched Gao Yunlong's back, causing the latter's body to tilt forward. At this moment, the Skeleton King could have used its death gaze directly. However, using it once consumed too much soul water. Each time it was used, it would reduce the amplification by 5%. Therefore, Yi Xian did not allow him to use it. If he had to use his trump card to deal with Gao Yunlong, how would he deal with reincarnation supremacy? He had to keep his trump card. The old tree and the Skeleton King had finished their attacks. Next, it was Qiu Feng's turn to attack the 11 battle corpses. "Get lost, all of you." At this moment, Gao Yunlong's eyes flashed fiercely. His eyes were suddenly filled with blood vessels. Immediately after, an extremely powerful all-creations force emerged from his body. Boom! This all-creations force rapidly spread and blasted the old tree and the Skeleton King. Qiu Feng and the other battle corpses were not spared. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out one after another. Yi Xian hurriedly used spatial distortion to block the impact. As for the battle corpses that he had resurrected the Skeleton King, all of them, except for Qiu Feng, exploded. What a powerful attack! Even Yi Xian, who possessed the Eye of Revelation, could not see through this move. It seemed like it was not a divine ability, but a method of using the Eye of Myriad. Yi Xian's heart was bleeding. Just in case, he had resurrected many battle corpses with high cultivation realms. The amplification from the Elegy of Souls had dropped from 30% to 20%. It was a full 10% amplification. Now, more than half of it had been destroyed by Gao Yunlong's attack. At this moment, Gao Yunlong's face was gloomy. He knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat Yi Xian and the others. After sending the old tree and the Skeleton King flying, he directly soared into the sky and prepared to break through and leave this place by force. This time, Yi Xian did not intend to show mercy. Ribs, come on. Yi Xian suddenly gave the Skeleton King an order. Then, the Skeleton King directly waved the sky-shaking sword and slashed at Yi Xian with a dark gray sword qi. Sky-shattering flowing rock slash. This move was the combined skill of the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian. Although it was not very powerful, its effect was extremely terrifying. Facing this move, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered. Then, he directly consumed a large amount of eye power to tear a large spatial crack. Whoosh! The sky-shattering flowing rock slash sank into the spatial crack and finally came out from behind Gao Yunlong. Bam! Gao Yunlong's back was hit. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he had a thick turtle shell on his back. He was instantly petrified. This, how? Gao Yunlong's eyes widened. He did not pay much attention to Yi Xian's spatial distortion earlier. But now, he saw that Yi Xian also had the eye of space. How was this possible? However, he did not have time to think. No, to be precise, he no longer had the ability to think. This was because the degree of petrification had climbed to his brain. Even though he had a large amount of mysterious life qi in his body, he could not dispel this petrification ability. If the Skeleton King was only at the 8th level of the Samsara realm, he might have a chance of survival. However, the Skeleton King was at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. It was impossible for him to survive. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Chapter 1539. Ding! Host has devoured an eye of all things. Strength of all things has increased. Ding! Host has devoured an eye of all things. Strength of all things has increased. Gao Yunlong had possessed the eye of all things for thousands of years. After thousands of years, he had a deep understanding of the eye of all things. Therefore, it was very powerful. After Yi Xian devoured the eye of all things, he felt that his strength of all things had increased significantly. Even his distance had increased. He could now travel a distance of 3 days. This was already very incredible for a 7th-level Samsara realm practitioner like him. This was because the distance of the young man he had killed back then paled in comparison to his. However, there was a more important matter at hand. Gao Yunlong's eye of all things is hovering near the reincarnation peak. Could this be? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. He immediately took out the base of the life and death plate from the devouring space. Buzz! The base of the life and death plate shook violently the moment it appeared. This meant that reincarnation supremacy was nearby. Found him. I've finally found you, reincarnation supremacy. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He quickly left the cave. When he left, he realized that he was at the foot of a mountain. Indeed, this was the reincarnation peak. The reincarnation peak was very high. Even with Yi Xian's senses, he could not sense the peak. However, the base of the life and death plate seemed to want to fly up. If Yi Xian had not grabbed it, it would have flown up into the sky. Reincarnation supremacy was at the reincarnation peak. Let's go. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He immediately soared into the sky and flew towards the reincarnation peak. At the same time, an old man at the reincarnation peak suddenly opened his eyes. This person was reincarnation supremacy. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange sense of déjà vu in his heart. Just as he was feeling surprised, a person stepped into the range of his spiritual consciousness. 7th level Samsara realm. Who is it? Reincarnation supremacy narrowed his eyes. He had clearly instructed Gao Yunlong not to let anyone near the reincarnation peak. However, why would a 7th level Samsara realm kid appear here? Fortunately, he had already exited seclusion. Otherwise, he would have directly attacked and obliterated that person. Soon, a figure appeared in front of him. When he saw the item in the figure's hand, he immediately came to a realization. Base? The reincarnation supremacy finally reacted. This young man had found him by relying on the base of the life and death plate. But why would someone do that? He remembered that he had abandoned the base of the life and death plate in the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. His gaze landed on the young man, and he realized that he had seen this young man before, just outside the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. At that time, he had been fighting with the Samsara city leader and the reincarnation fox for the two wills of Samsara. In the end, he had been defeated by the Samsara city leader and the reincarnation fox. The brat in front of him had also been present at that time. However, he had only been at the longevity stage back then. Now, he had reached the 7th level of the Samsara stage. How was that possible? Reincarnation Sage's eyes widened as he stared at the young man before him. In just a few short months, he had broken through from the longevity stage to the 7th level of the Samsara stage. Even a reincarnated being would not be able to do that. The young man in front of him was Yi Xian, who had found him with the base of the life and death plate. After seeing the reincarnation supremacy, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. However, his eyes were not that confident because the aura of the reincarnation supremacy in front of him was much stronger than Gao Yunlong's. The reincarnation supremacy had probably broken through the shackles of the reincarnation stage and reached the imperishable stage. However, so what? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you the reincarnation supremacy?" Although he was certain, he could not help but ask. "Who are you?" The reincarnation supremacy asked with a frown. At this moment, he did not take Yi Xian seriously at all. After all, Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara stage. Even a peak 9th level Samsara stage martial artist was like an ant in front of him, let alone a 7th level Samsara stage martial artist. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian had just killed his number 1 general at the foot of the mountain. The reincarnation supremacy found it strange that Yi Xian had the base of the life and death plate and was able to find him. "Who I am is not important." Yi Xian shook his head and said, "I did not expect you to successfully break through to the imperishable stage. It seems like it was because of the half of the imperishable stage dragon bone." "You actually know?" The reincarnation supremacy was shocked when he heard this. How did Yi Xian know that he had obtained the imperishable stage dragon bone? Could he be a survivor of the 100 Fox Manor or reincarnation city? However, now that he had broken through, there was no one in the land of reincarnation who could threaten him, not even the strongest reincarnation fox. "That's right. I extracted a drop of imperishable blood essence from the half of the imperishable stage dragon bone. After I successfully refined it, I broke through to the imperishable stage." The reincarnation supremacy did not hide anything and directly told the truth. He had relied on this drop of imperishable blood essence to successfully break through to the imperishable stage. An imperishable stage expert had an indestructible body. Although their physique was extremely strong, it was extremely difficult to repair. However, an imperishable stage expert could condense the imperishable blood essence. Even if their entire body was reduced to nothingness, they could still rely on this drop of imperishable blood essence to revive. This was the strength of an imperishable stage expert. However, this drop of imperishable blood essence was extremely difficult to condense. Not everyone could condense it. He really did reach the imperishable stage. After hearing the reincarnation supremacy's words, Yi Xian could not help but tremble. The gap between the samsara stage and the imperishable stage was huge. It was definitely not easy to kill an imperishable stage expert. Moreover, the reincarnation supremacy actually had a drop of imperishable blood essence. This meant that even if the reincarnation supremacy died, he could still revive on his own. Yi Xian immediately scanned with the eye of revelation, but he could not see through the reincarnation supremacy. It seemed like he had to use his trump card this time. "Kid, how did you know you could find me with this?" At this time, the reincarnation supremacy could not help but ask. "That day when you appeared outside the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range and fought with the reincarnation city governor and the reincarnation fox for the reincarnation will, you were defeated by the two of them. After you left, the base of the life and death plate was unearthed and I obtained it. Then, when you appeared in the Dark Moon Tomb Chamber again, you caused the base of the life and death plate to tremble. Therefore, I guessed that this thing should be related to you. I guess you should be the original body of the life and death plate, right? Yi Xian said slowly. After hearing this, the reincarnation supremacy could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He did not expect Yi Xian to be so accurate. That's right. I am the original body of the life and death plate that turned into a demon. You are quite capable to be able to guess it. Chapter 1540. Since that's the case, I'll return you to your original form today. Yi Xian said as he put away the base of the life and death plate. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill me? Reincarnation supremacy was a little confused. It was already a miracle that a 7th level samsara stage expert was able to break through the surveillance of those managers. Yet, this person actually dared to threaten to beat him back to his original form. This was truly a case of a newborn calf not fearing the tiger. Reincarnation supremacy had learned a move after breaking through to the imperishable stage. He could try it on Yi Xian. Immediately, he formed an eye of reincarnation above his head. Reincarnation supremacy also had an eye of reincarnation. However, he might have refined the 2 eyes of reincarnation city master. Therefore, his reincarnation ability was very strong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked up at the eye of reincarnation. In the next moment, he saw the eye of reincarnation flash. 1 eye of reincarnation. This was the ultimate move that reincarnation supremacy had comprehended after breaking through to the imperishable stage. Ding! Reincarnation supremacy is attempting to reincarnate you. Do you agree? A system notification sounded out, causing Yi Xian to be shocked. He had only been glared at by the eye of reincarnation. How could he be reincarnated? Reject. Yi Xian shuddered and hurriedly replied. What kind of joke was this? It was not easy for him to climb to his current level. How could he be reincarnated? Furthermore, would there be any reincarnation after he was reincarnated? Reincarnation supremacy frowned when he saw Yi Xian's calm expression. He sighed in his heart. Could it be that he hasn't mastered this move? What he did not know was that if an ordinary person was hit by this move, they would have been turned into an unconscious body and their soul would be reincarnated. Yi Xian broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he was warned. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Reincarnation supremacy was really good at playing tricks on others. This time, Yi Xian did not waste any more time and directly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Heaven burning sword technique. A flaming sword chi tore through the air. If this attack landed on a 9th level samsara stage expert, it would be enough to severely injure them. However, the reincarnation venerable was already in the undead realm. Facing this attack, the reincarnation venerable merely raised his hand and defeated it. There was indeed a huge gap between the rebirth stage and the imperishable stage. Brat, you actually dared to attack me. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson today. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Reincarnation supremacy coldly snorted. Even though he was teaching Yi Xian a lesson, his aged eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yi Xian. Let's see if it's you who dies today, or me. Yi Xian mustered up all his energy. After all, he was facing an imperishable realm expert. If he was at the 8th level of the samsara stage, he would not need to fear reincarnation supremacy. However, he was currently at the 7th level of the samsara stage. There was a difference of 3 levels and 1 large level between them. Therefore, he had no choice but to be cautious. The 2 of them looked at each other for a second before Reincarnation Venerable made his move. Swoosh! Reincarnation Venerable casually sent out a true energy slash, but Yi Xian did not dodge. Instead, he retaliated. Explosion of killing intent. Sky-burning sword technique. When the flaming sword chi collided with Reincarnation Venerable's true energy slash, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind Reincarnation Venerable. Reincarnation Venerable raised his eyebrows as he suddenly sensed something. However, Old Tree had already used remnant flames to flash behind Reincarnation Venerable and threw out a punch. The punch accurately landed on Reincarnation Venerable's back. However, to everyone's astonishment, it only managed to break through Reincarnation Venerable's defense and slightly burned him. Undead realm experts possessed the indestructible body, so their physical strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In addition to Reincarnation Venerable's true energy defense, the punch did not manage to injure him much. However, the indestructible body of an undead realm expert was extremely difficult to repair. The mysterious life chi was unable to heal him, so the burn was still there. Reincarnation Venerable did not care at all. He snorted and said, "Your power is not bad, but it's not that easy to kill me." If it was the previous him, he would have been severely injured by this punch. However, he was now in the undead realm, so his physical strength was at least 3 times stronger than before. It was already good enough that Old Tree could break through his true energy defense. However, Old Tree's attack was not over yet. Flaming Sun Rope. Old Tree clenched his left hand, and a flaming chain wrapped around Reincarnation Venerable's neck. Then, he pulled it hard. This move was very insidious, and most people would not be able to defend against it. If it was before, Old Tree's pull would be enough to tear off a person's head. However, it could not make Reincarnation Venerable's body tremble at all now. Not only that, when Old Tree could not pull the flaming chain, Reincarnation Venerable's true energy surged out of his body and broke the flaming chain in an instant. At the same time, Skeletal King had already rushed over with his heaven-shaking sword and slashed down fiercely. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. Yi Xian was shocked when he took a closer look. Reincarnation Venerable had actually grabbed the heaven-shaking sword with one hand and blocked the Skeletal King's full-force slash with one hand. Was the undead realm really that powerful? In fact, when Old Tree injured Reincarnation Venerable could have quickly sent Old Tree flying or escaped by himself. However, he did not do so because he wanted to test how powerful the undead body was. Now, he finally understood. The Skeletal King's attack had surpassed Old Tree's punch, and it was enough to kill a 9th-level Samsara realm expert. However, Reincarnation Venerable had blocked it with one hand. His physique was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the Skeletal King's attack was not over yet. Death Gaze. Out of nowhere, an eye of death suddenly appeared in the air and glared at Reincarnation Venerable. However, the death gaze that consumed 5% of the Elegy of Soul's enhancement was useless against Reincarnation Venerable. Impossible. Even an undead realm expert can't be unscathed. What exactly is Reincarnation Venerable? Yi Xian was shocked. However, he soon thought of something. Reincarnation Venerable was not a human, but an artifact that had turned into a demon. Therefore, he might be immune to the death gaze. Kid, I admit that you're quite capable. However, I'm not someone you can provoke now. Die. Suddenly, a cold voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Then, Yi Xian saw a figure rushing toward him. The speed was too fast. Reincarnation Venerable turned into an afterimage and attacked Yi Xian. He did not need to use any divine ability to deal with Yi Xian. Whoosh! Reincarnation Venerable clenched his right hand and directly stabbed Yi Xian's heart after arriving in front of Yi Xian. For an undead realm expert, the heart was no longer a vital point. The only vital point was the brain. Moreover, even if the brain was damaged, an undead realm expert could use the undead blood essence to revive. Chapter 1541. Reincarnation Venerable did not know that Yi Xian had the Eye of Eternity, so he wanted to pierce through Yi Xian's heart so that Yi Xian would die. Poof! A crisp sound was heard. Reincarnation Venerable's arm directly pierced through Yi Xian's chest and pierced through his heart. His arm even came out from his back with some flesh and blood. Martial artists below the imperishable realm would definitely die if their hearts were pierced. However, Yi Xian was not. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and locked his hands on Reincarnation Venerable's shoulders. What? Reincarnation Venerable was shocked. Logically speaking, Yi Xian should have died immediately. How could he still move? This was impossible. At this moment, he suddenly felt a terrifying energy gathering above his head. When he reacted, he saw a flaming hoof stomping on him. Unicorn's Descent. This move was Yi Xian's strongest attack. With his realm, as long as the enemy was below the imperishable realm, they would be killed instantly. However, he was facing an imperishable realm expert this time. It was not easy to hurt an expert with an indestructible body. When Unicorn's foot landed, Yi Xian could not hurt him because he had the protection of true qi. Reincarnation Venerable was accurately stomped on. His clothes were directly burned to ashes, and even his body was covered in blood. Although the indestructible body was powerful, Reincarnation Venerable had just broken through after all. His strength was at the bottom of the imperishable realm. However, this was enough to show the power of the indestructible body. Huff! Huff! While Reincarnation Venerable was vomiting blood, the old tree and skeleton king quickly rushed over. Get lost! Reincarnation Venerable was furious. Several black and white light balls gushed out from his body and entered the old tree and skeleton king's bodies at lightning speed. Ding! Reincarnation Venerable is trying to reincarnate the ashes spirit. Do you agree? Ding! Reincarnation Venerable is trying to reincarnate the skeleton king. Do you agree? Reject. Reject. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Due to the failure of Samsara, the old tree and the skeletal monarch rushed over and attacked together. Bang! Pooh! The old tree's fire fist attack and the skeleton king's full-powered slash both injured Reincarnation Knight. Among them, the skeletal monarch had already activated the Undying War Soul. All of its attributes had doubled, and its attack power was much stronger than before. Reincarnation Supremacy's injuries worsened. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Unicorn could be used again. What? Venerable Reincarnation, who was covered in blood, was shocked. Before he could react, the flaming hoof had already stepped on him. Bang! The earth trembled as flames surged forth. Venerable Samsara was struck once again. When Yi Xian saw this, he couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Who told you to be pretentious? Who told you to be pretentious? Now you're satisfied. What indestructible realm? What indestructible body? Weren't they still beaten to death by him? However, after the 2 unicorn strikes, Yi Xian did not hear the system notification. In other words, Venerable Samsara was still alive. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Venerable Samsara was covered in blood. He stomped his feet and charged towards Yi Xian like a cannonball. This punch was enough to kill any 9th level Samsara realm expert. This time, his target was Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian was still alive even after his heart was pierced. Therefore, Venerable Samsara wanted to test his brain. He did not believe that Yi Xian also had an indestructible body. Although Yi Xian would not die even if his brain was destroyed, Venerable Samsara's punch would blast his entire head, including his 2 eyes. Yi Xian would not allow his 2 clones to die again. Rip! A crisp sound was suddenly heard. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Then, Venerable Samsara's punch went straight in. As for where the exit of the spatial crack was, it was needless to say. It was naturally behind Reincarnation Supremacy. Bang! Venerable Samsara's right hand passed through the spatial crack and smashed into the back of his head. He was shocked because Yi Xian also had the Eye of Space. How was this possible? It was already a miracle for 2 Eye of Space to appear in the land of reincarnation. Now, there was a third one. Venerable Samsara had to pay the price in blood for this. Venerable Samsara's fist smashed into the back of his head. His entire body leaned forward and his upper body passed through the spatial crack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian used the Eye of Space again and quickly closed the spatial crack. Whoosh! When the spatial crack closed, even Venerable Samsara, who had an indestructible body, could not resist the power of space. His upper body was directly cut off, including his left hand. By the time he came out of the spatial crack, only his upper body and right hand were left. No matter how strong the indestructible body was, it was not stronger than the power of space. In addition, the indestructible body was difficult to heal. Venerable Samsara would probably have to fight with his upper body and only one hand. No, this is impossible. Venerable Samsara was shocked. Was he, who was in the indestructible realm, going to die here? Impossible. However, Venerable Samsara could not beat Yi Xian at his peak. Instead, he was severely injured. Now, only his upper body was left. The part that was cut by the spatial crack was bleeding profusely. If this continued, he was afraid that he would die. Could it be that I have to use the indestructible blood essence? Venerable Samsara had a flash of inspiration. The indestructible blood essence was the resurrection method of indestructible realm experts. Even if their physical body was destroyed, as long as their soul was still there, they could be revived. After all, the indestructible blood essence was stored in the soul. This thought just flashed through his mind because the indestructible blood essence could not be used before the indestructible body was completely dead. If that was the case, wouldn't he be beaten up again? Under normal circumstances, the indestructible realm experts would find a quiet place to use the indestructible blood essence to restore their physical body after they were completely dead. Ordinary people could not see or sense the soul, so it was very difficult for indestructible realm experts to die with the indestructible blood essence. However, even if Venerable Samsara had the indestructible blood essence, Yi Xian had to kill him. If he did not kill him, wouldn't the drop of indestructible blood essence always be there? Just as Venerable Samsara was seriously injured, the old tree and the skeletal king had already arrived in front of him. If the skeletal king had the sky-shattering meteor slash, Venerable Samsara would probably be killed instantly. Of course, even if it did not, Venerable Samsara would still be dead. Under the pincer attack of the old tree and the skeletal king, Venerable Samsara was bleeding from his 7 orifices and looked like he was on the verge of death. Brat, if you think you can kill me like this, you're too naive. Venerable Samsara roared as he resisted the attacks of the old tree and the skeletal king from both sides. You're about to die and you're still talking nonsense. Chapter 1542. Although reincarnation supremacy possessed the indestructible blood essence, it belonged to the skeletal dragon after all. Even if reincarnation supremacy refined it, he might not be able to use it. Secondly, as long as Venerable Samsara was killed, he might revert back to his original form. However, just in case, Yi Xian took out the space-crossing token and crushed it. Whoosh! A space-crossing door opened. Yi Xian had already informed Hu Xing'er of this matter through Luo Luo a long time ago. During his battle with Venerable Samsara, Hu Xing'er had already gathered several experts at the 9th level of the Samsara stage. They had been waiting for Yi Xian in the reincarnation hall of the 100 Fox Villa. Now, their opportunity had finally arrived. When the space-crossing door appeared in the reincarnation hall, Hu Xing'er and the others quickly passed through it and arrived at the reincarnation peak. There were a total of 6 people who came this time. Other than Hu Xing'er and Zhuang Fei, there were 4 other 9th level Samsara realm Fox clan leaders. Reincarnation supremacy has indeed broken through to the indestructible stage. However, his current state, Zhuang Fei was slightly surprised because reincarnation supremacy was only left with his upper body. He was fighting against the old tree and the skeletal king. Moreover, he was being suppressed. If it was not for his indestructible body, he would have died long ago. Before they arrived, only Yi Xian and the others were present. Did this mean that reincarnation supremacy was beaten up by Yi Xian and the others? It was unbelievable. Reincarnation supremacy was an indestructible stage expert. Seniors, reincarnation supremacy possesses a drop of indestructible blood essence, Yi Xian said hurriedly. In fact, when Yi Xian told Luo Luo that reincarnation supremacy had broken through to the indestructible stage, these experts had already guessed the reason. Although Hu Xing'er Er's half of the dragon bone did not possess the indestructible blood essence, it possessed a little of its power. Therefore, they deduced that there should be a drop of indestructible blood essence in the other half of the dragon bone. If reincarnation supremacy possessed this drop of indestructible blood essence, it would be difficult to kill him. This reincarnation venerable was formed by the life and death plate. I wonder if he'll return to his original form after I kill him, or if his soul will wander between heaven and earth in search of a suitable place to be revived using the undying essence blood, Zhuang Fei said with a frown. Then what should we do? Why don't we capture this reincarnation supremacy first? A clan leader suggested. Good idea. That's right. Seal his cultivation level first. We'll decide later. The other patriarchs nodded. However, Reincarnation Venerable seemed to have heard their conversation. He suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, do you think you can capture me with just the two of you?" Venerable Reincarnation knew that he was doomed this time, but he would rather die than be captured by the other party. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed greatly. Not good, he's going to, Zhuang Fei shouted. Just as he was about to help, he saw Samsara Venerable's body turn into nothingness quickly, and so did his interspatial ring. Suicide. Reincarnation supremacy had actually committed suicide. Yi Xian had not expected this, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not stop reincarnation supremacy from committing suicide. In the blink of an eye, reincarnation supremacy's body disappeared before everyone's eyes. Souls could not be seen with the naked eye, and could not be sensed with the spiritual consciousness. However, Yi Xian's eye of revelation locked onto a strange energy in reincarnation supremacy's body. Could this be a soul? Yi Xian widened his eyes in shock. Then, he quickly closed his eyes and looked with the old tree and the skeletal king's eyes, but he did not find anything. The eye of revelation could actually see souls. Of course, this was only the soul of an imperishable realm expert. When Yi Xian killed Xiu Feng and Gao Yunlong earlier, he did not find this strange energy. It seemed that the eye of revelation could see the souls of imperishable realm experts. Perhaps it was because there was a drop of imperishable blood essence in reincarnation supremacy's soul. Of course, it was also possible that the eye of revelation had become more powerful after reaching the immortal eye realm a few times. Anyway, he actually saw reincarnation supremacy's soul. This was going to be fun. What should we do? Reincarnation supremacy is dead. He should be in a soul state now. I don't know where he went. A clan leader asked in surprise. Reincarnation supremacy was a big problem. If they did not get rid of him, there would be a lot of trouble when he was resurrected in the future. However, now that reincarnation supremacy was dead and they could not see his soul, how could they find the resurrection point of reincarnation supremacy? Let's not care about reincarnation supremacy. Let's act according to the plan. Hu Xing suddenly said. But Manor Lord, young Manor Lord, she. Zhuang Fei suddenly reminded her. It's okay. She still has half a year. A senior has already promised to help her reincarnate. Hu Xing did not think much of it. At the same time, her gaze fell on Yi Xian. Next, before Luoluo turned 18, Yi Xian should be able to break through to the imperishable realm. At that time, reincarnation supremacy might surpass her. At that time, there would be no need to ask Tianju Elder for help. Yi Xian glanced at the soul that was quietly escaping towards the northeast and asked, "Senior, how long will the soul of an imperishable realm expert exist between heaven and earth?" This depends on each person's realm. Reincarnation supremacy has just broken through to the imperishable realm. He has a drop of imperishable blood essence and can exist between heaven and earth for a year. As long as he finds a place within a year, he will be able to be reborn. Hu Xing replied. Previously, Yi Xian had also asked Hu Xing about the imperishable realm. There were a total of 3 realms in the reincarnation realm. They were the profound life realm, the profound death realm and the samsara realm. The imperishable realm was also divided into 2 realms. One was the imperishable body and the other was the imperishable soul. As long as an expert with an imperishable body had a drop of imperishable blood essence in his soul when he died, then his soul would not immediately dissipate between heaven and earth. Instead, it could wander between heaven and earth. This situation was called a wandering soul. In other words, it was a wandering soul. This soul was also very strange. It could retain the memories of its life, but it could only faintly sense the nearby creatures. It could not see people, so generally, after death, it would need to find a hidden place to be reborn from a drop of blood. In other words, it was to rebuild the imperishable body. As for experts with an imperishable soul, they could condense a soul seed. This soul seed could be placed in a place. If the original body and soul were to be destroyed at the same time, the soul seed would take effect and then be reborn. This was much more terrifying than an imperishable body. Therefore, in the imperishable realm, unless the opponent did not have the imperishable blood essence or soul seed, it would be very difficult to kill the opponent in the imperishable realm. After Yi Xian heard Hu Xing's words, he also fell into deep thought. Reincarnation supremacy's soul perception was very small and probably could not sense them anymore. However, he could see that reincarnation supremacy's soul was still moving, but at a very slow speed. Chapter 1543. It was a pity that Yi Xian did not have the ability to erase souls, so there was no exchange. No, there was an exchange, but it required devour points. The Burning Sky Sword technique was also a growth-type divine power, but it could not be upgraded to an undying divine power, so Yi Xian wanted to exchange for a new one. He quickly looked around and finally locked onto a special divine power. This divine ability had both a physical attack and a special soul attack. Yi Xian also had a normal soul attack, which was the Eye of the Soul. However, the Eye of the Soul could not attack the reincarnation venerable in his soul form. As for this special soul attack, it was able to attack souls that had no body. However, this divine power required 2 devour points, so Yi Xian was hesitating on whether to exchange for it. Now that I have 6 devour points, if I use 2 to exchange for it, I will only have 4 points left. However, this special soul attack will probably come in handy in the future, and with my Eye of Revelation, it will not be a problem to kill the reincarnation venerable before he revives with his undying blood essence. Yi Xian thought for a moment and finally made a decision. Ding! Do you want to spend 2 devour points to exchange for the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple? Yes. Ding! Nihility Flame Sword Ripple successfully exchanged. Do you want to learn it now? Yes. Ding! Host has learned the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian also learned a new divine power, the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. This divine power could not only be upgraded continuously, but it could also be used to attack wandering souls. In addition, it was of the fire attribute, so it was a divine power that was tailor-made for Yi Xian. Reincarnation Venerable, you are dead meat. After Yi Xian learned the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple, his eyes could not help but emit 2 rays of light. He looked at the reincarnation venerable's soul that was far away from the reincarnation peak, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Senior, the reincarnation venerable is not completely dead yet. I will catch up to him. Yi Xian suddenly said to Hu Xing'er. Hearing this, Hu Xing'er and the others were stunned. Hu Xing'er was even more surprised. You can see wandering souls. Yes, I can see reincarnation venerable's wandering soul. He's heading northeast. I think he's looking for a resurrection point. Yi Xian nodded. Even an imperishable realm expert wouldn't be able to see the wandering souls wandering around in search of a resurrection point if they didn't have this ability. Even if they could see it, it was not something that ordinary people could kill. Of course, if one had a deep grudge with the other party, then this person would follow the wandering soul all the way, making it unable to find a resurrection point and disappear from the world. This process was sometimes very long. After all, the existence of the wandering soul was related to the realm of the deceased. Even so, there were still many people who did this. If there was really a deep hatred between them, so what if he spent a few years following a wandering soul? Although the wandering souls could not see people, they could still sense people around them. If they were being followed, they would not be able to resurrect in peace. Over time, their minds would collapse. They had the imperishable blood essence, but they could not find a safe place to resurrect. This was too cruel. After hearing that Yi Xian could see wandering souls and seemed to have the means to kill them, Hu Xing, and the others were shocked. If that's the case, then let's kill Reincarnation Venerable to prevent future troubles. Hu Xing said solemnly. At first, Yi Xian had the same thought. However, he thought of another matter and said, Senior, the Reincarnation City Lord died mysteriously. I think Reincarnation Venerable might have helpers. I want to follow him and see what happens. After hearing his words, Hu Xing, and the others suddenly thought of this matter. The poison that the Reincarnation City Lord was poisoned with was too strange. The matter was probably not that simple. Since Reincarnation Venerable was dead, even if he had the imperishable blood essence, he would need time to resurrect. If Yi Xian followed him now, he could directly erase Reincarnation Venerable's soul if the situation went south. Okay, then be careful. Hu Xing nodded. Then I'll take my leave first. After finishing his words, Yi Xian directly took out Gao Yunlong's corpse and rushed towards the northeast. However, his speed was not very fast because Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul was very slow compared to him. The range of a wandering soul's perception was about 1/10 of the range of his spiritual consciousness when he was alive. Therefore, Yi Xian had no difficulty in following him. After all, Reincarnation Venerable's soul could not see or sense him. As for Hu Xing, she was preparing to search Gao Yunlong's corpse to see if she could find any clues. Yi Xian suspected that Reincarnation Venerable had helpers who might even be in the imperishable realm. That was why he could secretly poison the Reincarnation City Lord. It was a pity that Reincarnation Venerable's interspatial ring was destroyed by himself. He did not know where the Reincarnation City Lord's corpse was. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to follow Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul. The latter would never have imagined that someone could see through his soul. Very soon, a day had passed. This wandering soul was as slow as a tortoise, but its speed was already faster than an ordinary 9th-level Samsara realm expert. Just as Yi Xian was about to destroy Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul, Reincarnation Venerable suddenly arrived at a mountain range. This seems to be Mount Eternal. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he recognized it. The Reincarnation Peak and Mount Eternal were very far apart. However, Reincarnation Venerable's wandering soul's speed was comparable to an ordinary 9th-level Samsara realm expert. It was possible for him to reach Mount Eternal from the Reincarnation Peak within a day. Yi Xian followed behind the wandering soul and entered Mount Eternal. He had a feeling that Mount Eternal was a little strange. He was afraid that it was not as simple as it seemed. After a while, Reincarnation Venerable's soul suddenly descended as though he was looking for a resurrection point. Yi Xian hurriedly followed him. However, at this moment, a group of black figures suddenly swept over from afar. What is this? Yi Xian immediately focused his eyes. When he saw what this group of figures was, his body could not help but tremble violently. Spiders. This was a group of spiders. Furthermore, they were large spiders with wings. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that these flying spiders were astonishingly fast. They had probably reached the 8th level of the Samsara realm. There were even a few that were at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. In Reincarnation Venerable's northern camp, there were 3 great danger zones. The first was the Life and Death Canyon, the second was the Reincarnation Peak, and the third was Mount Eternal. However, no matter how dangerous Mount Eternal was, it would not have so many high-level heaven-connecting beasts. This group of flying spiders seemed to number in the hundreds. Something's wrong. Yi Xian immediately reacted and immediately took out the Scarlet Flame Sword. It seemed that Mount Eternal was Reincarnation Venerable's resurrection point. His helpers might also be here. Since that was the case, Reincarnation Venerable was no longer useful. They could not wait for him to be resurrected. Chapter 1544. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Without hesitation, Yi Xian launched an attack on Reincarnation Supremacy's wandering soul. A formless sword aura pierced through the air and instantly struck Reincarnation Supremacy's fist-sized soul. The soul was a very special existence. Ordinary attacks couldn't hurt the soul at all and would pass through it. However, Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple had a special soul attack that could hurt the soul. Reincarnation Supremacy's soul had consciousness. Along the way, he had cursed Yi Xian several times, but Yi Xian couldn't hear him. When he arrived at Mount Eternal, he seemed to have seen the dawn of hope. He wanted to use the drop of undying blood essence stored in his soul to resurrect and take revenge. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Yi Xian was following him. He also didn't know that Yi Xian had the means to erase his soul. When the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple struck his body, he immediately felt unbearable pain. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw a formless flame burning Reincarnation Supremacy's soul. The fist-sized soul trembled violently as if it was about to explode. A second later, the ball of flame was burned and dissipated from the world. With Reincarnation Supremacy's soul destroyed, he couldn't even reincarnate, let alone resurrect. However, killing the soul didn't benefit Yi Xian at all. Moreover, after Reincarnation Supremacy's soul died, the drop of undying blood essence also dissipated. Reincarnation Supremacy was dead, and Yi Xian had avenged half of the Samsara City Lord's death. Now, it was time to deal with another problem. A second later, the 100 flying spiders flew over and surrounded Yi Xian in a black mass. Without hesitation, Yi Xian summoned Old Tree and the other two. If all the flying spiders were at the 9th level of the Samsara realm, Yi Xian might be afraid. However, it was a pity that there were 5 9th level Samsara realm flying spiders in this group. Young master, should we kill them all? Old Tree asked with a smile. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Don't kill them. Just send them flying. I have a use for them." Hearing this, the old tree was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. There was still a use for them. That was to use the Feast of Slaughter. No problem. Old Tree replied with a smile. There were so many flying spiders. If they were all killed, Yi Xian's strength would at least double. There might be a helper of Samsara Venerable in Mount Eternal, the one who killed the master of Samsara City. This person might also be in the Eternal Realm, so Yi Xian had to be careful. Without waiting for the flying spider to attack, Yi Xian immediately dove down. The flying spiders could sense that Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara stage, but they could not be bothered with him. Their attention was completely focused on the old tree, the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian broke away from the encirclement and directly rushed into Mount Eternal. He wanted to find the expert hidden in Mount Eternal. Although Mount Eternal was huge, with his speed, he could cross it in less than a minute if he went at full speed. Of course, most people would not be so foolish as there would be many heaven-reaching beasts below. Once Yi Xian stepped into their territory, he would be attacked. However, when Yi Xian flew over at a low altitude, he realized that the heaven-reaching beasts in Mount Eternal were all spiders. Why not change the name of Mount Eternal to Spider Mountain? It seems that these heaven-reaching spider beasts were reared by that expert. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began to investigate Mount Eternal. Along the way, there were low-level spiders blocking his path, but they were all killed by his Void Flame Sword Wave. He had just used Unicorn Descent a day ago, but this cooldown required him to devour the corpses of the heaven-reaching beasts. Therefore, these spider corpses happened to be of use to Yi Xian. However, after Yi Xian scanned the area, he finally discovered a powerful aura in the center of Mount Eternal. It's not the slightest bit inferior to the Reincarnation Supremacy. Another imperishable stage expert. Yi Xian widened his eyes. He was right to be cautious. He did not expect that there would be an imperishable stage expert hidden in Mount Eternal. Fortunately, this imperishable stage expert seemed to be the same as the Reincarnation Supremacy. They were both at the 1st level of the imperishable physical body. However, now that Yi Xian's Unicorn Descent and Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash were both on cooldown, it would be a little troublesome to deal with them. I don't care. Yi Xian did not care so much. He directly condensed an eye of myriad in the distance and then began to bombard the imperishable stage expert's mountain. Boom! 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 Under the powerful bombardment of the 10,000 mammoth force, the mountain quickly collapsed. At the same time, the imperishable stage powerhouse inside suddenly opened his eyes, and then rushed out explosively. Who dares to be so presumptuous? A loud shout entered Yi Xian's ears, followed by an old figure. The person who came was an old man dressed in black. His appearance was no different from an ordinary old man, but Yi Xian saw a colorful spider crawling on the old man's face. What the hell, what a disgusting taste. Yi Xian had always been disgusted by creatures with many legs, such as spiders, centipedes, and so on. If a spider crawled on his face, even if it was only at the manifestation stage, it would make him feel disgusted to death. Not to mention, this colorful spider was actually at the peak of the 9th level of the samsara realm. Who are you? Why are you in Mount Eternal? Yi Xian went straight to the point. And who are you? The black-robed old man asked in return. He found it very strange because he did not conceal his aura. Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the samsara realm, but he dared to ask him directly. He was quite bold. I have been cultivating in seclusion here since 100 years ago. I only left for a short period of time, but you have already taken over this place? Yi Xian pretended to have lived for a few thousand years and said. 100 years? When the old man heard this, his eyes could not help but narrow slightly. He did not believe Yi Xian's nonsense because he had reared flying spiders all around Mount Eternal. How could Yi Xian, who was only at the 7th level of the samsara realm, come to the center of Mount Eternal? When he thought of this, 2 rays of killing intent suddenly shot out from his eyes and he questioned, Who sent you here? When Yi Xian heard this, he knew that he had been exposed. After all, he was only at the 7th level of the samsara realm. How could he break through the encirclement and come here? Since the old man had already guessed it, Yi Xian did not hide it and said directly, It was you who killed the samsara city governor, right? You are quite capable to be able to find this place. That's right, I was the one who killed the samsara city governor. The old man smiled. Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the samsara realm, so he naturally did not take him seriously. Out of boredom, he could not help but chat with Yi Xian. Chapter 1545. It's just a small dose of the Poison King powder. The Poison King powder poisons the soul, not the body. He's quite capable to be able to hold on for half a day. I'm only responsible for poisoning him. As for the rest, I'll leave it to reincarnation supremacy, the old man replied. Before hearing this reply, Yi Xian had already guessed it. After all, there were no wounds when reincarnation city governor died. Then, reincarnation supremacy's men killed their way in and snatched his corpse. What a coincidence. Reincarnation supremacy died yesterday, Yi Xian said. Dead? The old man was slightly surprised. Reincarnation supremacy has already broken through to the imperishable realm. One has to be at least at the imperishable realm to kill him. Does this mean that you're from Reincarnation Fox? Yi Xian did not answer his question. Instead, he asked, I remember that there are no imperishable realm experts in the land of reincarnation. Where did you come from? Due to certain reasons, the old man could not tell Yi Xian his identity. He only wanted to control reincarnation supremacy to achieve his goals. However, he did not expect that reincarnation supremacy, who had broken through to the imperishable realm, would be killed. Fortunately, he knew that reincarnation supremacy had a drop of imperishable blood essence. It would be easy for him to be resurrected. I've already violated the agreement by attacking once. However, given the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill Reincarnation Fox again. The old man thought to himself. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw the old man in deep thought. Although the old man did not say where he came from, all he had to do was kill him and search his soul. Reincarnation supremacy had just broken through to the imperishable realm. However, this old man was obviously stronger than reincarnation supremacy. There might be many good things in his interspatial ring. There was hope for him to break through to the 8th level of the samsara realm. Kid, did Reincarnation Fox ask you to bring this news to me? The old man asked. Yes or no? What's the difference? Yi Xian asked. There's no difference. In any case, I'll be the one to kill her. The old man smiled and shook his head. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. You can kill her? If it was a few decades ago, it might not have been possible. But now, there are no restrictions. However, I will not lower myself to make a move against you. The old man raised his eyebrows, and in the next moment, a huge flying spider appeared. Peak 9th level samsara stage. Following that, the old man set off for the west. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed as he hurriedly issued a death pursuit order on the old man. However, at this moment, the peak 9th level samsara stage flying spider directly charged towards Yi Xian. A mere samsara stage practitioner dares to find trouble with me? Yi Xian snorted coldly and directly gave orders to the old tree and the skeleton king outside Mount Eternal. Kill. At the same time, the feast of slaughter began. Outside Mount Eternal, the old tree and the other two had always been there. After receiving Yi Xian's order, Old Tree's trio immediately went all out and started killing. As 9th level samsara stage practitioners, it was too easy for them to deal with these small fries. On the other side, Yi Xian, who was at the center of Mount Eternal, directly launched an attack on the huge flying spider. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword ripple. An invisible sword chi attacked the peak 9th level samsara stage flying spider. Although the flying spider could not see with its 12 eyes, it could sense it. However, due to Yi Xian's cultivation base, it did not take Yi Xian seriously. Bang! The nihility flame sword ripple blasted the flying spider and Unicorn's vital energy immediately burned. Unicorn's vital energy had the effect of burning everything under the heavens. In addition to Unicorn's deterrence and other bloodline effects, Yi Xian's sword directly killed the flying spider. In the blink of an eye, the 9th level samsara stage flying spider was burned until only half of its body was left. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When Yi Xian heard the system notification, he immediately flew over and kept the flying spider's corpse. Although it was only half a corpse, the beast's soul and the body was still intact. This was very valuable to Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. He realized that the imperishable stage black-robed old man had already disappeared into the horizon. What fast speed! Ribs, go and stop him. Yi Xian immediately gave the Skeleton King an order. The Skeleton King received the order and immediately rushed out, preparing to intercept the old man. Fortunately, the center of Mount Eternal was some distance away from the entrance. The Skeleton King saw the black-robed old man. When the black-robed old man saw the Skeleton King, he could not help but be shocked. He muttered, "There's actually a rare Skeleton King." The Skeleton King was a rare mutated beast. Moreover, it was at the 9th level samsara stage. Most people would have thoughts about it, but the black-robed old man did not. Die. The black-robed old man immediately attacked and threw a punch at the Skeleton King. Boom! The punch was so fast that the Skeleton King's hard armor shattered. A large hole was punched through it. However, the Skeleton King was not even at 2/5 of its original state. Naturally, the Skeleton King would not die. Oh. You're quite capable. A strange expression appeared on the old man's face once again. Ordinary heaven-reaching beasts were able to heal themselves, but the Skeleton King's speed had already surpassed that of ordinary heaven-reaching beasts. Even the peak 9th level samsara realm flying spider that he had summoned earlier did not have this ability. However, he still did not care about the Skeleton King. Die. The old man threw another punch. This time, he directly shattered the lower half of the Skeleton King's body. The degree of damage was at 7/5. Unfortunately, as long as the Skeleton King's injuries did not reach 4/5 of its original state, the system would not judge it as dead. Then, it could continue to heal. After 2 punches, the Skeleton King had already arrived in front of the old man and slashed down with its sword. Clang! The old man punched out with one hand and collided with the heaven-shaking greatsword. His powerful physique shattered the Skeleton King's palm, and the heaven-shaking greatsword bounced back. However, there was only a red mark on the old man's hand. An imperishable stage expert was indeed extremely powerful. Your strength is not bad. You can kill a peak 9th level Samsara stage expert in an instant. However, you're not qualified to face me. The old man snorted and threw another punch. However, at this moment, the Skeleton King's aura suddenly soared. Undying fighting soul. All attributes had been increased by 1-fold. Crack. The Skeleton King's defense doubled. This time, the old man's attack was unable to penetrate it. Therefore, the Skeleton King's injuries were naturally less than 4/5. How is this possible? The old man was shocked for the 3rd time. He was able to cripple the Skeleton King with 2 punches. How did the Skeleton King's defense suddenly increase? This was impossible. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1546. Poof. The old man instinctively raised his hand to block, but this time, the heaven-shaking sword sliced through the old man's flesh and even left a sword mark on the old man's bones. Don't forget that the Undying Battle Soul's 100% increase in all attributes was also effective on Wei Zhentian. This sudden turn of events made the black-robed old man suffer a setback. You can actually hurt my undying body. The black-robed old man could not believe it. After all, he was an Undying Realm elite and had broken through for a few years. His undying body was extremely strong and could not be broken by any random 9th-level Samsara Realm elite. However, just as he was feeling surprised, another figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This time, it was not Yi Xian but Old Tree. As for the group of flying spiders, they were left to Yi Xian. Originally, the black-robed old man wanted to go to the west of the land of reincarnation and kill the reincarnation fox. However, now that 2 troublemakers suddenly appeared, he could not help but feel annoyed. However, he did not mind getting rid of Old Tree and Skeletal King, these 2 people who did not care about their lives. However, just as he struck out a fist shadow, Old Tree appeared behind him in a flash. Remnant Flame. Bang! Old Tree attacked quickly and struck the black-robed old man's back. However, as the black-robed old man's undying body was stronger, this punch did not cause any substantial damage. However, the black-robed old man's back clothes were burned away. Bastards, you are courting death. The black-robed old man was furious. He turned around and punched Old Tree's head, causing it to explode. Old Tree's defense was not as strong as Skeletal King's, so he was instantly killed. This kind of thing was extremely rare. Fortunately, Old Tree was undying and indestructible. So what if he died? Ding! Spirit of Ashes has died. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has revived. Yi Xian, who was fighting a large group of flying spiders, immediately summoned Old Tree when he heard the notification in his mind. However, this time, most of the flying spiders were dead. Therefore, Yi Xian joined forces with Old Tree and charged toward the black-robed old man. 2-fold increase. See if I can kill you? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The Killing Feast's amplification had increased to 2-fold, which meant that Yi Xian could triple his combat power. Furthermore, he had spent 2 Devour points to exchange for the Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Killing this old man should not be a problem. The black-robed old man thought that he had killed Old Tree, but when he saw Old Tree again, he was stunned. Resurrection? That was impossible. How could someone at the 9th level of the Samsara realm be revived? Moreover, even if an imperishable realm powerhouse used imperishable blood essence to revive, it would be impossible to revive in such a short time. Could they be twins? No, that's impossible. Their auras are the same. The black-robed old man immediately reacted. Not only were their auras the same, but even their abilities were the same. At this moment, the black-robed old man turned his attention to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the samsara realm, so the black-robed old man was not interested in him at all. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. Eye of Space. Void Flame Sword. After approaching, Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Space and tore open a crack in space. Then, he suddenly attacked with his sword. An invisible sword chi slashed into the spatial fissure and then struck the black-robed old man's back from behind. Boom! The black-robed old man's back was severely injured, and his entire body flew forward. At the same time, the unicorn's incinerate the world effect was activated. The black-robed old man's back was set ablaze, burning his flesh and blood. With 3 times the combat strength, the void flame sword, and various bloodlines, Yi Xian had the ability to severely injure an imperishable stage expert. If this attack had landed on reincarnation supremacy, it would have killed him instantly. However, Yi Xian did not have the void flame sword or the massacre feast's enhancement. Furthermore, Yi Xian had devoured the hundreds of flying spiders' corpses, and his cultivation had risen from the initial 7th level of the samsara realm to the intermediate 7th level of the samsara realm. Therefore, this attack had severely injured the black-robed old man. This is impossible, the black-robed old man was shocked. He could not believe that he had been injured by a junior at the 7th level of the samsara realm. The skeletal sovereign and the old tree could be ignored. After all, they were at the 9th level of the samsara realm. However, Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the samsara realm. Could it be? Did you kill reincarnation supremacy? The black-robed old man could not help but ask. Yi Xian's attack was enough to kill an imperishable stage expert. If the black-robed old man had not reacted quickly, that sword would have landed on the back of his head. If that had happened, even he would have been killed instantly. This strength was enough to kill reincarnation supremacy. That's right. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he replied. However, he did not want to waste his breath on the black-robed old man. He would kill him first. Whoosh whoosh. Before the black-robed old man could stabilize himself, a strong gust of wind appeared again. The skeletal sovereign, who had activated his undying battle soul, swung his sword horizontally. Bam! The black-robed old man finally reacted and threw another punch. This time, he was sent flying backwards. Unfortunately, there was someone blocking him from behind. Flaming Sun Lasso. Waning Flame. The old tree was not stingy and immediately used his skill. His left hand pulled on the flaming chain while his right hand smashed towards the back of the black-robed old man's head. Scram! The black-robed old man shouted as a massive wave of vital energy surged out from his body. However, before that, the old tree activated another skill. Blazing Fire Shield. Boom! The vital energy shook the blazing fire shield. Fortunately, the old tree was at the 9th level of the samsara realm and had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the samsara realm because Yi Xian had devoured so many corpses. Otherwise, the blazing fire shield would have shattered. Apart from defense, the blazing fire shield could also absorb attacks. After the black-robed old man's vital energy was absorbed, he immediately detonated it. Bam! The blazing fire shield suddenly exploded and a heat wave surged. Its power was not to be underestimated. Just now, the black-clothed old man's back had been attacked by the Nihility flame sword wave. Although that shock had extinguished the flames formed by the Qilin genuine qi, due to the indestructible body, his injuries had not recovered. Now, the explosion of the raging fire shield had caused him to suffer even more injuries. However, that was not the main point. The cooperation between Yi Xian and the rest was flawless. Although the black-robed old man was an expert in the indestructible stage, he would not be able to recover once he was at a disadvantage. The black-robed old man moved forward again. However, at that moment, the skeletal sovereign suddenly extended his left hand and grabbed at the void. Grip of Hades. A strange energy wrapped around the black-robed old man and forced him to fly towards the skeletal sovereign. Chapter 1547. Don't even think about it. The black-robed old man immediately reacted. He circulated his true qi and flew back, but at this moment, Yi Xian, who had seen the opportunity, attacked again. Killing intent explosion. Void flame sword ripple. Another spatial fissure was ripped open and the invisible sword qi emerged from the back of the black-robed old man, striking his body. Although the black-robed old man was on guard this time, his wound expanded again. One could faintly see the white bones on his bloody back. An imperishable realm expert had an indestructible body. Unless their brain was damaged, they wouldn't die even if their heart was ruptured. Although that was the case, the indestructible body was hard to heal. If such an injury was healed using mysterious life qi, it would take at least a few months. Most importantly, with injuries on the body, one's combat strength would decrease. The black-robed old man, who was at a disadvantage, became more and more serious. He didn't expect an imperishable realm expert to end up like this. It was really unexpected. You're not from the land of reincarnation. Who are you? The black-robed old man roared. Yi Xian and the others were much stronger than the land of reincarnation. If Yi Xian was from the land of reincarnation would have been unified. As he spoke, he quickly took out a healing pill from his yin and yang ring. This could quickly suppress his injuries and slowly heal him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to answer this question. He could get the answer from the black-robed old man's memories, so why waste his breath? Kill first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The black-robed old man flew out, but the skeleton king charged straight at him. The sky-shaking sword in the latter's hand shone with a fierce light. This attack would definitely injure the black-robed old man again. Knowing that he couldn't dodge this attack, the black-robed old man's face sank. He took out another item from his yin and yang ring. It was a black ball. When he was about to come into contact with the skeletal emperor, he crushed the ball fiercely. Pung! Hiss! When the black ball exploded and turned into a cloud of black fog that enveloped him and the skeleton king, the heaven-shaking sword in the skeleton king's hand had already arrived in front of him. This move directly cut off the black-clothed old man's arm and neck. However, the black-robed old man, who possessed an indestructible body, would not die even if he was left with only a head, unless his head exploded. Let's die together. At this moment, the black-clothed old man suddenly roared and used his genuine qi and all creation strength to blow away the black fog. In an instant, the fog also wrapped around the old tree. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he hastily distorted space to protect himself. Although the black fog wrapped around him, it was blocked outside. Then, he heard the sound of the old tree and the skeleton king falling one after another. Ding! The skeletal monarch has died. Ding! The spirit of ashes has died. Ding! The skeletal king has been revived. Ding! The spirit of ashes has been revived. For system notifications in a row caused Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. What is this? How can it kill the old tree and the skeleton king instantly? However, why is Wei Zhentian still alive? In the next moment, he realized something. Is this the poison king powder, a poison that directly attacks one's soul? At the thought of this, Yi Xian could not help but tremble and break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he still had the means to distort space. Otherwise, if he was enveloped by the black fog, he would probably die. The Samsara city governor was only hit by a small dose of the poison king powder and died after half a day. The old tree and the skeleton king only lasted half a second. Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. If he encountered such a large dose of the poison king powder, he would probably be kneeling on the ground in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly broke open the void and left this area. Then, he formed the eyes of all creations to disperse the black fog. Wei Zhentian, bring his head and interspatial ring here. Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian was a divine artifact. He did not have a soul and was considered an anomaly. Therefore, he was spared. Although the black-robed old man was not completely dead, he could only use a head and could not quickly restore his indestructible body. Therefore, he could only use a pitiful amount of genuine qi, which was not enough to fight against Wei Zhentian. However, when Yi Xian saw Wei Zhentian bring the black-robed old man's head and interspatial ring here, he knew that the black-robed old man was already dead. The old tree and the skeleton king were both dead. The black-robed old man wanted to die together with them. Naturally, he could not be alive. Since there was no notification, Yi Xian thought that the black-robed old man was still alive. At this time, Yi Xian thought of something. The black-robed old man was hit by his poison king powder and died together with the old tree and the skeleton king. The poison king powder could directly wipe out one's soul. Then, could the black-robed old man's soul be searched after his death? Yi Xian tried, but found that it was not possible. The indestructible realm was divided into the indestructible body realm and the indestructible soul realm. The black-robed old man was at the indestructible body realm. Although his soul had dissipated, it was useless even if he had 10 drops of indestructible blood essence. Of course, if the black-robed old man was at the indestructible soul realm, as long as he had a soul seed, even if his soul was destroyed, the soul seed could be revived. However, the black-robed old man was still far from the indestructible soul realm. If he's dead, then so be it. I don't have to do anything. Yi Xian shook his head and then focused his attention on the black-robed old man's interspatial ring. This old man was stronger than the reincarnation supremacy and should have come from a higher place. Yi Xian wondered how many good things he would have. After Yi Xian checked it, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the Samsara realm level 8. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the indestructible body realm level 1. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the indestructible body realm level 1. Ding! Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the indestructible body realm level 1. Ding! Unicorn's cooldown has been lowered and it has been restored. Ding! Sky-shattering flowing rock slashes cooldown has been restored. Sure enough, there were many good things in the ring. There were even 2 indestructible realm heaven-reaching beasts' corpses. These things allowed Yi Xian and the other 3 to make a breakthrough. After making a breakthrough, the strength of the 4 soared. If the black-robed old man was still alive, he would have been killed instantly. Next, Yi Xian began to check the other things in the black-robed old man's interspatial ring. He wanted to know where the black-robed old man came from and what his identity was. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw something familiar in the black-robed old man's head. This is, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With his eye of revelation, he saw a diamond-shaped black crystal in the black-robed old man's head. It was emitting a strange energy. Chapter 1548. Cthulhuism Society. This was Yi Xian's first reaction. He had encountered the Cthulhuism Society in the Desert of Despair. However, the Cthulhuism Society was pitifully weak at that time, and their leader was only in the fragmentation realm. Now, he had encountered the Cthulhuism Society again, and their leader was in the imperishable realm. How was this possible? Luo had memories of the Cthulhuism Society, so Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission back to ask who Xing. The Cthulhuism Society, also known as the Scorpion Society, is one of the factions in the 5 Poison Territory in the north. Together with the 1,000-Foot Sect, the Golden Toad Sect, the Snake Shadow Palace, and the Sky Spider Sect, they are known as the 5 Poison Sect. The people of the 5 Poison Divine Sect are all experts in using poison. The 5 Poison Divine Sect is the lair of the 5 Poison Divine Sect. Moreover, it is where the Scorpion, Centipede, Toad, Spider and Demon Snake clans are located in the Glazed Light Sacred Land. This was what Hu Xing told Luo to tell Yi Xian. So, the Cthulhuism society we encountered before is one of the 5 poison sect? Yi Xian asked. Yes, the scorpion ancestor and the others used their bloodline to make the entire glazed light sacred ground believe in them, making them stronger, Luo replied. I see. Now, Yi Xian knew why the black-robed old man came to the land of reincarnation. It was probably to recruit disciples. However, the black-robed old man was also a disciple because he had the sky spider sex faith crystal in his mind. Young master, mother said that the 5 poison territory is the enemy of the 100 beast territory, Luo suddenly said. The 100 beast territory? Where is that? Yi Xian asked in surprise. The 100 beast territory is filled with other beast clans, such as the Fox clan and the Leopard clan. They are much stronger than the 5 poison territory. Mother said that my father went to the 100 beast territory to find the fox ancestor and then went missing, Luo replied. The 100 beast territory was made up of 100 beast clans. However, Luo and the others were also from the Fox clan, so why weren't they recruited? Yi Xian didn't know the answer to this question, but he knew that the black-robed old man should be from the 5 poison territory. The 5 poison divine sect can concoct poisons that can wipe out the soul. This is rather difficult to deal with, but I have the immortal phoenix bloodline. I wonder if I can withstand this poison. Yi Xian thought in his heart. The black costume old man still had some poison king powder in his universe ring. Yi Xian couldn't help but take it out and use his Wanxiang force to split some of it. It was even smaller than a drop of water. He touched was. Ding! The host has been poisoned. Detoxification in progress. As expected, with Yi Xian's current cultivation, he wasn't immune to the poison. Instantly, the poison passed through Yi Xian's skin and flowed up to his brain. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already broken through to the 8th level of the samsara stage and possessed the bloodline of the immortal divine phoenix. Coupled with the fact that the dosage of the poison king powder was small, the poison king powder was neutralized halfway through the climb. The poison was stored in the storage. Yi Xian tried it again. He was immune to it. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. The poison pill was made up of the 5 poisons, but Yi Xian was immune to it. He didn't need to be afraid of the poison pill anymore. Now that he had avenged the Samsara city master, Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to the 100 Fox Mountain Manor in half a day. Senior, the land of Samsara is yours from now on. Yi Xian said to Hu Xing. Thank you so much. Hu Xing was very grateful. But her friend of many years, the Samsara city master, was dead. She didn't even know where his body was. The Samsara city master's body was probably in the Samsara Venerable's interspatial ring. But the Samsara Venerable broke the interspatial ring before he committed suicide. Everything in the interspatial ring must have fallen into the interspatial crack. Even Yi Xian, who had the eye of space, couldn't find it unless he broke through to the reaching heaven state. Young master, what are you going to do next? Luo suddenly asked. You can purify these faith crystals. It should be enough for you to break through to the 9th level of the samsara realm. As for next, I will probably make a trip to the 100 Beasts region and see if I can find the ancestor of the fox tribe in the Luguang sacred land to help you suppress the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in your body. Yi Xian lovingly stroked Luoluo's hair. Although Luoluo had formed a master and servant blood contract with him, Yi Xian treated Luoluo like his own sister. Now that Luoluo was in danger, Yi Xian naturally had to take action. Moreover, with his current strength, he couldn't find a match in the land of Samsara. He had to go to a more powerful place. The 5 Poison Realm and the 100 Beasts region were good places to train. When he broke through to the Imperishable Realm, he would also raise Luoluo's level. At that time, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline might be suppressed. There was still half a year's time, so breaking through to the Imperishable Realm shouldn't be a problem. However, Yi Xian wasn't confident because the heaven-loathing fox bloodline was so strong that even immortal Tianju couldn't do anything. If immortal Tianju was at the soul imperishable realm or the heaven ascension realm, then Luo would probably have to reincarnate again. As for what happened next, Yi Xian didn't plan to let Luo follow him. He would just let her accompany Hu Xing. Young master, you have to be careful. Luo pursed her lips and said worriedly. No problem. When the time comes, we'll find your father too. Yi Xian said with a smile. Before this, he had asked Hu Xing for a portrait of Luo's father because he knew that the land of samsara wouldn't be his final stage. Thank you young master. Luo said obediently. Then, Yi Xian took out 2 drops of essence blood. He had gotten it from the 2 imperishable realm heaven ascension beasts' corpses in the interspatial ring. It was the imperishable essence blood. Heaven ascension beasts were different from humans. After they died, their souls would dissipate, regardless of whether they had the imperishable essence blood or not. Therefore, their imperishable essence blood could only be used to heal injuries. However, their imperishable essence blood could be refined by humans. Hu Xing was heavily injured in order to protect Luo, so she probably couldn't break through to the imperishable realm. However, with these 2 drops of imperishable essence blood, she might be able to break through. Luo still has half a year before she turns 18. If I can't find Fox ancestor in this half a year, then I'll come back to help her reincarnate. Yi Xian said to Hu Xing. Within half a year, he would definitely be able to reach the imperishable realm, and even higher. At that time, his reincarnation ability would definitely be stronger than Hu Xing's. Perhaps he wouldn't need immortal Tianju's help. Okay. Hu Xing nodded. Then, she watched as Yi Xian broke through the void. After passing through the void, Yi Xian returned to Mount Eternal. This was the northern part of the land of Samsara. It was the closest to the 5 poison realm and 100 beast region. Naturally, they had to start their journey from here. Chapter 1549. It won't be easy to reach the 100 beast territory from the land of reincarnation. There's actually a 5 poison territory in between. Looks like we have to cross it. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Not to mention the 100 beast territory, even the land of reincarnation was quite a distance away from the 5 poison territory. With his realm, it would take him months to travel at full speed. Fortunately, this map was more comprehensive. It even showed an abandoned ancient teleportation array that could directly teleport them to the edge of the 5 poison territory. However, this ancient teleportation array had been useless for a long time. If they wanted to use it, they had to repair it. It can be repaired. Although this teleportation array is big, it probably won't take long to repair. It's much better than traveling by myself, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, under normal circumstances, he would have a backup plan. Therefore, he let the old tree, who had broken through to the undying realm, rush to the 5 poison territory while the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian went out to hunt the heaven-reaching beasts. As for him, he would go to the ancient teleportation array. At that moment, they split into 3 groups and attacked from 3 different directions. After leaving the land of reincarnation in the north, Yi Xian went straight to the ancient teleportation array. It would take about 2 to 3 days. After 3 days, Yi Xian also arrived at the ancient teleportation array. This place was extremely desolate and had been abandoned for thousands of years. Yi Xian didn't say anything and rushed toward the teleportation palace. However, before he got close, he felt an aura. Undying realm. However, this aura didn't come from a human, but from an undying realm heaven-reaching beast. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of this. After all, with his current cultivation, he could even kill a martial artist at the first level of the undying realm, let alone a Tong Tian beast at the first level of the undying realm. Yi Xian directly charged in. The heaven-reaching beast inside the teleportation palace felt Yi Xian's aura and immediately rushed out. This was a black leopard. Yi Xian didn't bother to distinguish what kind of heaven-reaching beast this black leopard was and directly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Void flame sword wave. The combination of this move and the Eye of Space was simply flawless. In just one move, the black leopard's head was blown apart by Yi Xian. After its soul dissipated, the black leopard's undying essence blood appeared. Yi Xian quickly went over and collected the drop of undying essence blood and the black leopard's corpse before devouring it. To him, swallowing the imperishable blood essence wouldn't bring him much benefit, but it could be used as a currency. He could also give it to his friends and family to help them break through to the imperishable realm. After dealing with the heavenly beast, Yi Xian arrived at the abandoned ancient teleportation array. As soon as he stepped in, the system beeped. Ding! The teleportation portal is 76% damaged. Estimated repair time is 3 days. Begin repair. Hearing this, Yi Xian answered in his mind without thinking, yes. It had only taken him 3 days to get here, so spending another 3 days was nothing. It should be known that if he had to travel by himself, it would take him at least a month to reach the 5 poison realm, let alone the 100 beast realm. There was a difference of more than 20 days between 6 days and a month, so spending some super devour crystals was nothing. Soon, another 3 days passed. Then, Yi Xian exchanged for some teleportation crystals and brought the old tree and the skeletal monarch over. Then, he directly activated the teleportation portal. Whoosh! The teleportation portal began to operate. 3 seconds later, Yi Xian felt the surrounding environment change. Even the heaven and earth yuan qi was much more abundant. The teleportation was successful. The destination was a teleportation palace. That ancient teleportation portal was two-way, so it was normal for the destination to be in the teleportation palace. Two-way teleportation portals could go back and forth. One-way teleportation portals could only go and not return. At this time, the teleportation portal under Yi Xian's feet was abandoned, so Yi Xian spent some time to repair it. After all, he was very far from the land of reincarnation. In 6 days, the old tree had not even completed half of the journey. It was impossible for him to break through the void and return. However, with this teleportation portal, it was possible. Yi Xian did not need to be present to repair the teleportation portal, so Yi Xian let the old tree guard here and then left by himself. At this time, he was already at the edge of the 5 poison realm. In about half a day, he could enter the 5 poison realm. He had spent almost 7 days, so another half a day was nothing. After half a day, he entered the 5 poison realm. However, it was not that simple to cross from the 5 poison realm to the 100 beast territory. Even if he used the teleportation portal continuously, it would probably take a few months. However, it was not that simple to use the teleportation portal continuously. Moreover, he had to have the ability to deal with the dangers along the way. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was to level up. The higher his realm, the faster he could travel, and it would be much safer. However, timing was better than early. When Yi Xian just entered the 5 poison realm, a team swept towards him. This team looked like they were humans. There were a total of 3 people, and they all seemed to be imperishable realm warriors. However, under Yi Xian's eye of revelation, their disguises could not be hidden. It turned out that these 3 were experts of the Snake Demon clan who had just transformed into human forms. When Yi Xian saw the 3 of them, he could not help but frown because they seemed to be coming for him. "What are you doing?" Without waiting for the other party to approach, Yi Xian loudly roared. However, the 3 of them were not prepared to answer Yi Xian. Instead, they sped up. "You're here with ill intentions. You're courting death." Yi Xian did not waste time and directly summoned Old Tree and the other 2 who had broken through to the Undying Realm. What? The 3 of them were shocked. They clearly only saw one person. Why did 2 people suddenly appear? One of them seemed to be the Skeleton King. However, they did not think too much. They directly took out their weapons and charged towards Yi Xian. "You're courting death." Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, the 3 of them just happened to rush into his attack range. Killing intent explosion. Void flame sword wave. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. This shapeless sword aura directly entered the spatial crack and then rushed out from behind one of them. Bang! This attack caught the other party off guard and killed one of them in an instant. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Immediately, this unlucky guy's head was blown up, and then his soul floated out. As for his corpse, it naturally fell from the sky. What? His companions were shocked. They did not expect Yi Xian to have the eye of space and to be able to kill their companions in an instant when he was only at the 8th level of the samsara realm. How was this possible? Before they could recover from their shock, Old Tree and the Skeleton King both passed through the spatial crack and appeared behind them. Residual Flame. Chapter 1550. Bang! Hiss. In the same level, the Old Tree and the Skeleton King were almost invincible. When the two of them joined forces, no one could stop them. The Old Tree blasted the head of one person with a punch, while the Skeleton King chopped off the head of the third person. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Although the indestructible body was strong, the Skeleton King's strength had skyrocketed after breaking through to the indestructible realm. It was extremely easy for him to chop off a head. The beheaded person was instantly separated from his body. Then, he was directly caught by the Skeleton King's big hand, and his face was filled with horror. In just one move, 2 of the 3 people had died, leaving only a head. How was this possible? As for his body and the other 2 people, because they had fallen, their bodies had turned into the original form of the Snake Demon clan, which was extremely ugly. Then Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the 3 interspatial rings. Why did you attack me? Yi Xian came to the last person and asked in surprise. Attack? You were the one who attacked me first, okay? The third person wanted to cry but had no tears. However, at this time, he was Yi Xian's prisoner. If he did not answer, his head would probably explode in the next moment. However, as an indestructible realm expert, as long as he had the indestructible blood essence, he could be resurrected. So what if he died once? You don't want to talk. Look over there. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and directly slashed out 2 swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 air-breaking sounds spread, but there was no trace of the attack because it was the Nihility Flame sword wave. Bang! Bang! However, the 2 Nihility Flame sword waves, after breaking through the air for a while, seemed to have hit something and suddenly exploded. The sound fell into the ears of the third person, which made him extremely shocked. This is, the third Snake Demon clan warrior widened his eyes and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. I'll tell you clearly, I can see wandering souls and can also erase them. If you don't tell me honestly, you will end up like them. Yi Xian said coldly. What? You can see wandering souls? This person was extremely shocked. After all, this was the first time he had heard of someone being able to see wandering souls. However, looking at Yi Xian, it did not seem like he was lying. Impossible. How can you see it? The demonic snake clan warrior questioned. If that's the case, then I'll do it myself. Yi Xian widened his eyes and his gaze flickered. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. After several advancements, the effects of his celestial eyes had greatly improved. Furthermore, Yi Xian was already at the 8th level of the Samsara realm, which was only 2 levels lower than the demonic snake clan warrior. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to search the demonic snake clan warrior's soul. Of course, there was another method that was more convenient than soul searching. However, there were not as many things to understand as soul searching, and that was direct control. No, I said, the demonic snake clan warrior reacted immediately, but it was too late. Yi Xian had already made up his mind. After all, he was new here and did not know anything. Therefore, it was better to search the demonic snake clan warrior's soul. This time, the soul searching took a full hour. During this hour, the old tree and the skeletal sovereign were on guard outside. However, this action was unnecessary because no one came. An hour later. I see. They sense that I have no faith, so they came to forcibly increase it. However, the five poison divine cult has been lacking a large number of sacrifices recently, so they sent many people out and even left the five poison realm? Yi Xian immediately understood. However, there was a piece of information that caught Yi Xian's attention in the memories of the person in front of him. White bone gold concentrate. There was actually a vein of white bone gold concentrate in the vicinity. The white-boned gold essence jade was what the skeletal monarch needed to evolve into a ghost dome great emperor. The white-boned gold essence or could be refined into white-boned gold essence jade. Yi Xian had just entered the five poison realm and had not formulated a clear path to advance. Now, he had one. Does this white-boned gold concentrate vein belong to the city lord of Blackwater City? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he had to move faster because this piece of information was half a year ago. In half a year, it might have been completely mined and used for forging. This was the edge of the five poison realm. Compared to Blackwater City, the white bone gold concentrate vein was closer. Immediately, Yi Xian blasted the demonic snake clan warrior's head with a sword and scattered his soul. After that, he headed towards the northeast. The white bone gold concentrate vein was about a day's journey in the northeast. During this journey, Yi Xian naturally did not stay idle. Just like before, he let the old tree and the skeletal sovereign kill the heaven-reaching beasts. Because it was only the edge of the five poison realm, there were still many samsara realm heaven-reaching beasts. These heaven-reaching beasts were a piece of cake for the old tree and the skeletal sovereign. However, Yi Xian's human identity in the five poison realm was like a rat crossing the street. During this period of time, there was a lack of sacrificial offerings. Anyone who saw Yi Xian wanted to capture him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not as simple as an 8th-level samsara realm warrior. His strength was unprecedented. Not to mention a samsara realm warrior, even an imperishable realm warrior would not be able to escape death if they encountered him. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the white bone gold concentrate vein. He looked from afar and saw several people guarding it. These guards were all in the imperishable realm, and they were all from the demon spider clan. The demon spider clan looked no different from humans. However, they had sharp spider legs on their backs. During battle, they would suddenly extend and stab the enemy. It was impossible to guard against. Yi Xian carefully observed. There were 5 guards at the entrance, including those patrolling nearby. However, he did not know how many people were inside. However, just as Yi Xian was about to attack, a person suddenly walked out from inside. Imperishable Realm's 2nd-level physical body. That's right. How can such an important vein be guarded by only a few Imperishable Realm 1st-level physical body experts? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and made a plan in his heart. The old tree and the skeletal sovereign could deal with the Imperishable Realm's 2nd-level physical body expert. If he killed these people, he would probably be able to break through to the 9th-level samsara realm. At that time, the old tree and the other 2 would probably be able to break through to the Imperishable Realm's 2nd level. Most importantly, the skeletal sovereign might be able to mutate into the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Then, there would definitely be a qualitative leap. Rib bone, later on, you will hold back the Imperishable Realm's 2nd-level guard. The old tree and I will deal with the remaining 5. Yi Xian ordered the 2 of them. All right. The old tree nodded in response. Although this was the plan, Yi Xian still decided to lure 1 or 2 people out. As for the bait, he was naturally going to be the one. The 5 poison domain was the domain of the 5 poison divine sect. Humans without faith were like rats crossing the street. Furthermore, he was an 8th-level samsara realm martial artist. Naturally, no one would take him seriously. Chapter 1551. A human? When the 2 guards saw Yi Xian, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. I'll go, I happen to have a faith crystal. A long-haired demon spider clan warrior finished speaking and rushed directly toward Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian pretended to be shocked and quickly turned around to leave. His speed shocked the long-haired warrior, but the other party didn't think much of it. He just thought that Yi Xian was fast. After all, the difference in realm was obvious. The two of them ran for nearly 10 seconds before the long-haired martial artist couldn't take it anymore. He shouted angrily, "Kid, stop right there." Rip. Before his voice fell, the long-haired warrior's back was suddenly torn apart. 8 spear-like spider legs quickly extended and directly blocked Yi Xian's path. But at the same time, Yi Xian also directly made his move. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword wave. A space crack opened, and an invisible sword chi swept in and protruded from the back of the long-haired warrior's head. Pung! The long-haired warrior's head directly exploded, and he was instantly killed. Ding! The host's killing intent value has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already obtained the interspatial ring of this person. After swallowing all the things inside, he quickly turned back. At the same time, his appearance also changed. This kind of method of seduction, as long as he changed his face and came out from another direction, the other party should not think that it was the same person. Soon, Yi Xian used the same method to lure another person out. Ding! The host's killing intent value has increased. There were originally 5 guards, but now there were only 3 left, and the guard captain with the undying second realm body also re-entered the mine, as if he didn't know what was happening outside. Since that was the case, then Yi Xian could directly start killing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and rushed out again. This time, he didn't intend to use the method of seduction. Seeing this, the 3 guards raised their eyebrows. One of the experts saw that Yi Xian looked very unfamiliar and couldn't help but ask, why did 3 8th level Samsara realm humans suddenly barge in? As he spoke, he directly took out a faith crystal and prepared to let Yi Xian forcefully consume it to believe in their heavenly spider god. However, before he could get close, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword wave. The same move used on different people, the effect was very obvious. In an instant, the guard was killed. At the same time, the Skeleton King and the Skeleton King appeared. Enemy attack. One of them reacted very quickly. After his comrade's head exploded, he quickly shouted out, "Brother Lu." His voice resounded throughout the sky to the mine. When the guard captain heard this, his body trembled, and he immediately rushed out to kill. However, by the time he came out, the 2 people guarding outside had already been killed one after another. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. When the 2 system notifications sounded, the old tree and the Skeleton King had already returned to Yi Xian with the interspatial ring. Tragedy, just a little more. After Yi Xian swallowed all the things in the interspatial ring, he couldn't help but show a helpless look. However, Wei Zhentian and the Skeleton King were the first to break through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. His current physical body is at 2nd level undying physical body. Ding! The Skeleton King has broken through. His current physical body is at 2nd level undying physical body. 2 2nd level undying physical body cultivators were definitely enough to deal with the guard captain. Who are you? The guard captain looked at the corpse of his subordinate and asked with a frown. Human. Yi Xian replied slowly. Hearing this answer, the guard captain's face turned cold and he continued, "How dare you rob the mine?" So what? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Today is the last batch of the white bone gold concentrate. You really know how to pick the time. The guard captain said and directly took out a long sword from the interspatial ring. At the same time, his back was torn open and 8 sharp spider legs stretched out. Ribs, you and I deal with him. Old tree, you go in and check if there are other people. Yi Xian looked at the guard captain and gave the order to the 2 in his heart. However, as soon as his voice fell, the guard captain moved. Whoosh! The guard captain ran wildly on the ground and accelerated with the 8 spider legs behind him. His speed was so fast that he could fly. You have some ability. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. The Skeleton King, who had broken through to second-level undying physical body, took the lead and held the heaven-shaking sword to meet the guard captain. Clang! The heaven-shaking sword was waved and collided with the guard captain's long sword. However, at the same time, the guard captain's 8 spider legs directly broke the Skeleton King's rock armor defense. After breaking through to the undying physical body, the Skeleton King's defense rose sharply, but the guard captain was able to break it. He had some ability. While the Skeleton King and the guard captain were fighting, Old Tree took the lead and rushed into the mine. As for Yi Xian, he directly attacked as well. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword wave. Although the guard captain in front of him was an expert of second-level undying physical body, the sneak attack of the space eye was not so easy to avoid. In an instant, the guard captain heard a whistling wind behind him. He was so scared that he hurriedly controlled the 8 spider legs to defend. Crack. A few crisp sounds were heard. The guard captain's 6 spider legs were directly cut off by the Nihility flame sword wave. Without these spider legs, the back of his head would definitely be smashed into pieces. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Then came the attack of the Skeleton King. Bang! Another muffled sound was heard. This time, the guard captain blocked the attack with the long sword in his hand again. However, the Skeleton King's powerful strength directly shook his arm. Under the same situation, the guard captain could hold on for a few rounds, which was considered good. After all, he was an expert of the second-level undying physical body. He was considered to be at the peak of the second-level undying physical body. Of course, the reason why he could withstand 2 moves of the Skeleton King was mainly because of the long sword in his hand. This was an 8th-order weapon made of white bone gold concentrate. It was indestructible. But then, this weapon would belong to Yi Xian. Thinking that he was about to mutate, the Skeleton King's fighting spirit sword. He looked at the guard captain's body that was flying backward and directly stretched out his left hand to grab the void. Grip of the underworld. The guard captain who was flying backward was caught again. However, at this time, his expression was not very good because he was controlled by the enemy. He could not leave even if he wanted to. His next fate would be very miserable. Chapter 1552. Unfortunately, the Skeletal King was like a statue. He took the attacks without batting an eyelid. The guard captain's hunch was right. The Skeletal King's grasp of the underworld had never failed against a cultivator of the same level. Moreover, Yi Xian, who had the eye of space, was watching from a distance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the guard captain flew closer, the Skeletal King slashed at him. At the same time, Yi Xian attacked again. However, this time, he did not use a spatial crack. Instead, he attacked directly. Clang! Bang! The back of the guard captain's head suddenly exploded. The flames formed by the unicorn's vital energy instantly spread to the entire head and burned it to ashes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Host is currently at the 2nd level of the undying physical body realm. There were many things in the interspatial ring, which allowed Yi Xian to break through. At the same time, there was an ore that looked like a bone. This was the purpose of Yi Xian's trip, the white bone gold concentrate. Unfortunately, there were not many of them. It was impossible to find the white bone gold concentrate. Roar! The Skeletal King was a little impatient and asked about the situation. Not enough. Yi Xian shook his head and said to the Skeletal King, "Don't worry, there are more inside." At this moment, the old tree happened to reply. There are many Samsara realm miners inside, about 500 of them. However, after sensing my aura, they are very obedient. Other than that, I don't see anyone at the undying realm. He was currently at the second level of the undying physical body realm. Although the miners inside had faith, they were only at the samsara realm. Naturally, they did not dare to cause trouble. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded slightly and replied, "Ask how long it will take to mine 100 pieces of white bone gold concentrate." "It will take about a day. However, this mineral vein will only last for half a day." The old tree replied. "Even if we finish mining this mineral vein, we won't be able to find any more white bone gold concentrate." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Those 100 pieces of white bone gold essence were the amount he needed right now. It seemed that even if they mined this mineral vein, they would not be able to find a single white bone gold concentrate. However, he could still afford to wait for a day. What's more, Old Shu, Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian, who had reached the second level of the undying physique realm, would be there to collect the mineral veins. As Yi was Yi Xian level realm, the old tree king that was. With the help of Old Shu and the other two, they finished gathering in less than half a day. There were exactly 60 pieces of white bone gold essence ores. However, including the ones that Yi Xian obtained from the guard captain's ring, they were still around 40 pieces away from the white bone gold essence jade. Roar! The skeletal king let out a displeased roar. "Don't worry. Let's go directly to Blackwater City. They have been mining for half a year. There must be a lot of them." Yi Xian patted the skeletal king's shoulder armor and comforted it. However, just as they were about to go to Blackwater City, a team suddenly swept across the sky. There were only 3 people, all of whom were from the demon spider clan. This aura, they are all experts of the second level of the undying physical body realm. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his luck was good. The armors worn by these 3 people were the same as those who guarded the white bone gold concentrate. They should be from Blackwater City. Since they were from Blackwater City, there might be white bone gold concentrate in their interspatial rings. In that case, the skeletal king might be able to mutate on the spot. Even if there was no white bone gold concentrate, these people's weapons might be mixed with white bone gold concentrate. As long as Yi Xian got these weapons, he could use them to break them down. "Who are you?" After seeing Yi Xian, the leading warrior could not help but ask. "Nothing, we just robbed this mineral vein." Yi Xian's lips curled slightly as he replied. "Rob? You're courting death." When the 3 heard this, their eyes immediately burst out with light. In this place, they dared to rob the city lord of Blackwater City. They were really courting death. However, the 3 also felt that the aura of the old tree and the skeletal king was not weaker than theirs, so they had to be careful. "Go!" As the leader let out a low shout, the 3 of them charged towards Yi Xian. At the same time, the old tree and the skeletal king also chose their opponents. As for the last person, it was naturally left to Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the other 2 people watched the other party approach. When the other party entered their attack range, they attacked one after another. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword wave. Without saying a word, Yi Xian directly split open a spatial crack, and an invisible sword chi slashed in. Not only that, the old tree and the skeletal king also rushed in and arrived behind the 3 people. Pung! Pung! Hiss! In just one exchange, the 3 people directly fell. 2 people's heads exploded, and 1 person's head was cut off. Instant kill. Moreover, it was a triple kill. The last person who had his head cut off did not die. He looked at his own corpse in the air, and then looked at the motionless Yi Xian in the distance. He was stunned. The 3 of them were all in the undying second realm and were experts in Blackwater City. Today, they came by to check on the mining situation, but unexpectedly, they were instantly killed. "You are," just as this person opened his mouth, old tree punched the back of his head, and then it exploded. Dead. These 3 people caused Yi Xian to be shocked. Amongst the 3 of them, only the one who had just died had undying blood essence. The souls of the other 2 had already dissipated from the world when their heads were blown apart. Therefore, only this third person could be resurrected. Of course, in theory, he could be resurrected, but Yi Xian would not let him go so easily. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Another invisible sword chi slashed out and hit the third person's stunned soul. Suddenly, his soul felt a heart-wrenching pain, and then it was burned to ashes. The system was kind. When an Undying Realm expert died, Yi Xian would receive a killing intent value. Therefore, whether these people had undying blood essence or not did not have much to do with him. The reason why he killed the enemy's soul was that killing the enemy's body would only give him killing intent value. The elegy of souls would not increase. Only by destroying the enemy's soul would the elegy of souls increase. After the three people died, Yi Xian quickly came to the old tree through the spatial crack, took the three people's interspatial rings, and then checked them. Chapter 1553. The third person had the indestructible blood essence, so he could be resurrected. Therefore, he had the least amount of things in his Qian Kuan ring. After all, if he fell, he could still rise again. The weapons of the three people were also mixed with white bone gold concentrate. Yi Xian threw their weapons and began to decompose them. Ding, decomposing successful. Ding, decomposing successful. Ding, decomposing successful. After 3 successful decomposing system prompts, Yi Xian obtained more than 20 pieces of white bone gold concentrate, just a little more. It seems that we have to make a trip to Blackwater City. Yi Xian said slowly. Roar. When the Skeleton King heard this, its fighting spirit soared. Yi Xian understood the Skeleton King's mood. After all, if the Skeleton King mutated, he would benefit the most. At that time, the Skeleton King would mutate into the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and its fighting strength would definitely increase by several times. Let's go. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was a little impatient and began to hurry. This mineral vein was not far from Blackwater City, and they could reach it in a day's journey. During this day, Yi Xian followed the previous plan. One person hurried while the other 2 killed. Soon, a day had passed. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at Blackwater City, and it happened to be night at this time. However, because of his human identity, he did not go in yet. Young master, this Blackwater City has a strong background. Should we attack directly or sneak in? Old Tree said to Yi Xian. With our strength, even if we fight directly, we are not afraid. There is no need to sneak in. Yi Xian replied. Good. Old Tree's eyes lit up. He also liked this method of fighting directly with the enemy. As for the Skeleton King, it was naturally the same. Let's go. Since it was decided, Yi Xian walked directly from the darkness towards the city gate. The 5 poison territory was mainly controlled by 5 beast clans. There were all kinds of people in this Blackwater City: the Demon Spider Clan, the Wind Centipede Clan, the Golden Toad Clan, the Demonic Snake Clan, and the Black Scorpion Clan. It was said that the City Lord of Blackwater City was a member of the Demon Spider Clan, and it was said that his background was not small. He was once a disciple of the Sky Spider sect. The Sky Spider sect was one of the 5 poison divine sects. A disciple of the Sky Spider sect was definitely not weak. If it was an ordinary person, even if their realm was high, they would not dare to directly attack the city, because the people in the 5 poison realm were all experts in using poison. If they were not careful and got hit by the soul poison, then that would be a tragedy. However, Yi Xian and the others were not afraid. Yi Xian was immune to poison, and the old tree and the skeletal monarch could be revived without limit. It was just a soul poison, so what was the big deal? When Yi Xian walked towards the city gate, the team guarding the city gate discovered them. However, because of the distance, these Demon Spider Clan people could not sense whether Yi Xian had a religion. Moreover, it was possible that he was an incarnation of the Demonic Snake Clan. When Yi Xian and the others approached, their expressions changed slightly. In human form, and without a religion, this was definitely not the Demonic Snake Clan, but a human. The City Lord has recently sent out a large number of experts to capture sacrifices. I didn't expect one to come to us. Zhu Lai, this time it's your turn. The captain of the city guard said to a city guard. Those who could capture sacrifices would be rewarded, but there were not many humans who could come to Blackwater City, so this group of city guards took turns. When the warrior named Zhu Lai heard this, his eyes could not help but light up. It was finally his turn. It was not easy. The reward of a 9th-level Samsara realm sacrifice was not bad. This was another source of income. The others also revealed envious expressions, but they would never have thought that Zhu Lai would be so unlucky this time. This was because the human youth who walked towards the city gate, seemingly unaware of anything, was Yi Xian. At this moment, Zhu Lai had already swept towards Yi Xian with a sly smile on his face. He had an Undying Realm 1st-level physical body, and Yi Xian was only at the 9th-level Samsara realm. His strength was absolutely overwhelming. Kid, you probably don't know the current situation of the 5 poison realm. Consider yourself unlucky. Zhu Lai chuckled. He grabbed Yi Xian's throat with one hand, and prepared a faith crystal in his other hand. He was ready to force Yi Xian to worship their sky spider god. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful killing intent suddenly surged out of Yi Xian's body. When Zhu Lai was in front of him, he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. The sword directly blasted Zhu Lai's head apart, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. In front of Yi Xian, the undying body of the 1st-level Undying Realm was easily destroyed by Yi Xian like tofu. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. In the next moment, he had already taken Zhu Lai's yin and yang ring. Zhu Lai could be considered unlucky because he did not have a single drop of undying essence blood. Now that he was dead, he was truly dead. When the group at the city gate saw Zhu Lai's corpse, they could not help but be stunned. In the next moment, the remaining 9 city guards all rushed over. Bastard, how dare you kill someone? You're courting death. Everyone, be careful. This person has an attack that can break through the undying body. This person must have been sent by the 100 Beast territory. Capture him and hand him over to the city lord. Amidst numerous explosive shouts, Yi Xian was directly besieged. The captain of the city guards was an expert of the 2nd-level Undying Realm. He also expressed his doubts about Zhu Lai's death, but the latter had died in front of him, so it was the truth. However, since his 9 team members had already attacked, there was no need for him to do so. In his opinion, Yi Xian had only killed Zhu Lai with a sneak attack. Now that he was facing 9 experts of the 1st-level Undying Realm, it would be difficult for Yi Xian not to die. However, he soon realized that he was too naive. Fortunately, he did not kill his way out. Otherwise, his intestines would have turned green with regret. His 9 team members of the 1st-level Undying Realm had all died within 2 seconds. And the one who killed them was not Yi Xian alone. There were 2 others. One was a bald old man, and the other was a brawny man wearing armor. No, that was the skeleton monarch. 2nd-level Undying Realm? The captain of the city guards immediately reacted. He immediately turned around and shouted, "Close the city gate, there's an attack." His reaction was very fast, but unfortunately, Old Tree was faster and blocked him before he could rush into the city gate. At the same time, the skeleton monarch had already scuttled to the other side of the city wall passageway. He directly used his hands to block the heavy city gate that was closed. Blackwater City had 2 city gates surrounded by formations. Once the 2 city gates were closed, it would not be so easy to enter. Captain? There was a small team of 5 on the other side of the city gate. They immediately closed the city gate when they heard the sound, but they saw a giant object stuck between the city gates. Chapter 1554. Quick, inform the city lord that someone is attacking the city. With this shout, the entire city was in an uproar. Blackwater City had not been besieged for many years. Today, it finally happened. Hearing this, the residents of Blackwater City first hid far away, then began to guess. Last time, it was the 100 Beast region who attacked the city. Could it be the same this time? While the shout was still echoing in the sky, Old Tree had already rushed in with the help of the Skeleton King's analysis. Meanwhile, Yi Xian kept the universe ring of the city guard captain outside the city gate. Then, he directly used the Void's special positioning system and the Eye of the Void to enter Blackwater City. At this moment, he had gathered enough materials, which was the white bone gold concentrate. Ding! White bone gold concentrate successful. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Finally, it was time. Ding! The Skeleton King can undergo mutation. Do you agree? Hearing this, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately chose to agree. Ding! The Skeleton King has begun to mutate. Current mutation rate is 1%. Ding! The Skeleton King has begun to mutate. Current mutation rate is 2%. Ding! The Skeleton King has begun to mutate. Current mutation rate is 3%. Yi Xian thought that the mutation would be completed in an instant. He didn't expect there to be a progress bar. However, this didn't matter. After all, the mutation speed was quite fast. However, what made him helpless was that the Skeleton King couldn't move during the mutation, so Yi Xian put it into the plant space. Then, the next battle would be between him, Old Tree, and Wei Zhentian. The news spread quickly. There were many city guards patrolling nearby. When they heard that someone was attacking the city, they immediately rushed to the city gate. These city guards were all Undying Realm martial artists. They didn't have a captain. In Yi Xian's field of vision, there were a total of 15 people in 3 groups. 15 Undying Realm martial artists. Even Wei Zhentian could deal with them, let alone Old Tree and Yi Xian. Kill. Yi Xian did not waste any more time as he gave orders to Old Tree and Megatron. By the time these 3 groups of city guards arrived, the 5 people guarding this side of the city gate had already been taken care of. Following that, Yi Xian and the other 2 took care of 1 group of city guards each. In terms of killing speed, the Old Tree was naturally the fastest. After all, he was already at the 2nd level of the Undying Corporeal Body. Although Yi Xian was at the 9th level of the Samsara Realm, his speed was not much slower than his. As for Wei Zhentian, he was temporarily ranked 3rd due to his lack of ability. Old Tree only used 2 seconds to deal with a group of city guards, Yi Xian used more than 3 seconds, and Wei Zhentian used around 5 seconds. Following that, the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian came over with the spoils of war. As for the souls of those people, Yi Xian also used the Void Flame Sword Wave from afar to harvest them. Yi Xian devoured everything and glanced at the interface at the same time. 5 seconds had passed, but the Skeletal King's progress bar had only increased by 20%. It seemed like it would take some time before it mutated. Although the City Lord was obligated to deal with the siege, there were still many forces in Blackwater City. After hearing the news, they immediately rushed over. At this moment, 3 people with slightly stronger auras appeared in Yi Xian's field of vision. One of them was from the Black Scorpion tribe, and all 3 of them were at the 2nd level of the Undying Corporeal Body. Yi Xian had already killed such a group once, just outside the White Bone Gold Essence Mine. Although the Skeletal King was not here this time, so what? Brat, how dare you attack the city? Prepare to die. The Scorpion tribe elder shouted and was the first to arrive. However, before he could finish his sentence, Old Tree appeared behind him in a flash and punched him. At the same time, Yi Xian also slashed out a Void Flame Sword Wave. Their cooperation was perfect. In an instant, the Scorpion tribe elder was killed and his soul left his body. What? The other 2 experts were shocked. After exchanging a glance, they approached each other. If one of them was killed in an instant, it would be useless even if the 2 of them worked together. Old Tree could deal with one by himself, and Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian could also deal with the other within 5 rounds. However, Yi Xian's face didn't turn gloomy because of the 2 experts. Instead, it was because of the figure in the sky. According to the speed of this person, he should be an expert at the 3rd level of the Undying Corporeal Body realm. I must end this quickly. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He directly used the eye of space and caught the person in front of him off guard. Originally, he calculated that he and Wei Zhentian could deal with the other party in 5 rounds. However, after using the eye of space, it would take at most 2 rounds. Bang! The void flame sword wave was successful again. The person in front of him was heavily injured at the back of his head. Then, he was hit by Wei Zhentian's dragon tail and instantly exploded. Dead. On the other side, Old Tree was still fighting with his opponent. However, with the addition of Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian, he also killed his opponent in 3 rounds. I'm going to break through soon. After Yi Xian obtained the 3 universe rings, his mind slightly focused. It seemed that after dealing with the 3rd level of the undying corporeal body realm expert, he would be able to break through to the undying corporeal body realm. When this person rushed over, the Skeleton King's mutation progress had already reached 60%. It seemed that Yi Xian still had to deal with it himself. Brat, you dare to cause trouble in Blackwater City. You have guts. Prepare to die. The 3rd level of the undying corporeal body realm expert didn't intend to talk nonsense and directly attacked. The Skeleton King was still transforming, so this person could only be dealt with by Yi Xian and the others. Fortunately, Old Tree and Wei Zhentian were both in the 2nd level of the undying corporeal body realm, so it wasn't a problem for them to delay him. In addition to Yi Xian, it was still possible to kill him. However, Yi Xian didn't want to participate in this battle because he estimated that the people from the City Lord's mansion would arrive soon. He had to investigate. It was said that the City Lord of Blackwater City was at the peak of the 4th level of the undying corporeal body realm. If he came, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to withstand one move. In an instant, Old Tree and Wei Zhentian were already fighting with the 3rd level of the undying corporeal body realm expert. Yi Xian was observing the battle while paying attention to the battle, preparing to use the Eye of Space to launch a sneak attack. However, this person had already noticed that he had the Eye of Space. It wouldn't be so easy to launch a sneak attack. Ding! The Skeleton King has begun to transform. Current transformation is 65%. Ding! The Skeleton King has begun to transform. Current transformation is 70%. The Skeleton King's transformation was still ongoing. If he was given another 7 or 8 seconds, the transformation would be successful. Seeing this, Yi Xian, who originally wanted to join the battle, suddenly stopped. He felt that the Skeleton King would definitely want to have a great battle after its mutation. The martial artist in front of him, who was at the 3rd level of the Undying Realm, was perfect for the Skeleton King. Chapter 1555. Ding! Skeletal King is mutating. Current mutation rate is at 85%. Ding! Skeletal King is mutating. Current mutation rate is at 90%. Time passed by slowly. There were only 3 seconds left before the Skeletal King's mutation would succeed. Yi Xian gripped his sword tightly. He was a little excited. The Skeletal King was already so powerful before it mutated. How powerful would it be after it mutated? Ding! Skeletal King is mutating. Current mutation rate is at 95%. Ding! Skeletal King is mutating. Current mutation rate is at 100%. Ding! Skeletal King's mutation is complete. Ding! Skeletal King has become the Ghost Dome Emperor. Finally, the mutation was complete. From now on, the Skeletal King would no longer be called Skeletal King but the Ghost Dome Emperor. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at the Skeletal King's interface. Other than the name change, even the skills had changed. The Undying War Soul originally doubled all attributes. After the Skeletal King mutated into the Ghost Dome Emperor, it doubled. Moreover, Wei Zhentian also had an effect when fused. The grip of the underworld was changed to consume 1% of the soul water from the Elegy of Souls. Not only was the tearing force stronger, but there was also no cooldown. After fusing with Wei Zhentian, his sky-shattering meteor slash did not change much. Neither did Death Gaze or Death Will. However, the elegy of souls and evil's descent shocked Yi Xian. Evil's descent's original effect was to increase Yi Xian's combat power. However, it now connected with Wei Zhentian. From now on, the skeletal king did not need to fight with the heaven-shaking sword to be considered fused. As long as Wei Zhentian had the buff from evil's descent, he and the skeletal king would be considered fused. In simple terms, the two could fight separately but enjoy the double buff from fusing. As for the elegy of souls, it was even more powerful. Originally, the elegy of souls was only effective on the skeletal king. Now, it could be used on Yi Xian, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian. Moreover, the buff had doubled. After the skeleton emperor's mutation was completed, Yi Xian, old Shu, Wei Zhentian, and even Luo Luo, who was far away in the land of reincarnation, increased their strength by 20%. This was because the increase from the elegy of souls was 20%. It's too powerful. I didn't take in the wrong person. Yi Xian couldn't help but grin. He had to admit that the one devour point he spent that day was really worth it. Although the skeletal monarch's body was still at the second layer of the undying realm after his transformation, his strength had probably increased by several folds. Especially that evil descends, it actually allowed the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian to fight separately. Moreover, they could be considered to be in a combined state, which was very good. However, before Yi Xian could recover from his surprise, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Wei Zhentian has mutated into the Great Earth Monarch. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. He subconsciously glanced at Wei Zhentian's interface and discovered that Wei Zhentian had also undergone a change. The Great Earth Monarch had mutated into the Great Earth Monarch. Although it didn't seem like much of a change, Wei Zhentian's battle strength had undergone a qualitative increase. Most importantly, the 1,000-sword bladestorm state had advanced to the 10,000-sword state. Good, this is really good news. This time, Wei Zhentian's transformation was out of his expectations. No matter what, he had to let the battle end first. After the transformation, Wei Zhentian didn't seem to have much of a change, but his strength had increased by a lot. Originally, he and the old tree were fighting evenly against each other, but now, they instantly gained the upper hand. Skeletal Monarch, no, Ghost Dome Emperor, go. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned the Ghost Dome Emperor from the planting space. After the transformation, the skeletal monarch had become much more handsome. Its rock armor was even more lustrous, and there were 8 thick bones in front of its chest. One look and one could tell that its defense had increased by a lot. Not only that, the Ghost Dome Emperor actually had a Ghost Dome Greatsword. If Wei Zhentian also transformed into a sky-shaking greatsword, he would have 2 of them. There was no need to mention how handsome the Ghost Dome Emperor looked when he was fighting with 2 greatswords. Now that the Ghost Dome Emperor had completed his transformation, his battle intent had soared to the limit. His pair of ghost fire eyes swept over and landed on the 3rd layer Undying Physique Realm martial artist. Pung! He stomped his feet and rushed out in an instant. This speed was something that even Yi Xian couldn't compare to. Now, due to the effect of evil's descent, the Ghost Dome Emperor and Wei Zhentian were considered to be in a merged state within a certain distance. Therefore, when they got closer, the Ghost Dome Emperor and Wei Zhentian's attributes had increased by more than 2 times. What? When the 3rd layer Undying Physique Realm martial artist saw the domineering Ghost Dome Emperor, he was so frightened that his body trembled. Before he could react, the Ghost Dome Emperor had already flashed in front of him and waved his hands fiercely. The Ghost Dome Greatsword swept out and directly slapped the 3rd layer Undying Physique Realm martial artist's face. Instantly, the head of the 3rd layer Undying Physique Realm martial artist exploded. Pung! Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In the distance, Yi Xian directly heard the system notification. Gulp! When Yi Xian saw this scene, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. The mutated rib bones was indeed powerful. He actually killed a 3rd layer Undying Physique Realm martial artist in an instant. Amazing! However, the dead person seemed to have undying blood essence. After the head exploded, the soul floated out. At that moment, Yi Xian casually slashed out a void flame sword ripple and destroyed the soul. The elegy of souls absorbed the soul. Yi Xian glanced at it and realized that it had increased by a lot. However, it was still insufficient for the current Ghost Dome Emperor. A Death's Gaze required a 5% increase, and a Grasp of the Underworld required a 1% increase. How many people would he have to kill? However, Yi Xian didn't care so much. He directly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. Ding! Host has reached the peak of the 9th level Samsara realm. The system notification sounded. The requirement to break through to the Undying realm was 200 drops of Undying blood essence. This wasn't difficult for Yi Xian. After all, he had killed many Undying realm heaven-connecting beasts previously. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 1st layer Undying physique realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the 3rd layer Undying physique realm. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Host is currently at the 3rd layer Undying physique realm. Ding! Ash's spirit has broken through. Host is currently at the 3rd layer Undying physique realm. 4 consecutive system notifications sounded. Now, Yi Xian had finally broken through to the Undying realm. After the breakthrough, besides the increase of his lifespan to 20,000 years, Yi Xian also felt that his body had undergone a tremendous change. His body was at least 5 times stronger. Immediately, he slashed open his own arm, and blood immediately flowed out. Chapter 1556. However, Yi Xian, who had the immortal phoenix bloodline, healed the wound in the blink of an eye. The immortal phoenix bloodline was indeed powerful. Right, I have the Eye of Eternity. My weak point should still be my eyes, right? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. For an immortal physique powerhouse, the brain was the weak point. However, he had the Eye of Eternity and the system did not prompt, so it should still be his eyes. However, this kind of thing could be discussed later. Now that their strength had undergone earth-shattering changes, it would be unreasonable if they did not directly attack the City Lord Manor. Let's go and kill to our heart's content. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly as he led Old Tree and the other 2 towards the City Lord Manor. Now that Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had a strange connection, as long as they were nearby, they would merge. From this point of view, their combined battle strength would be at least 3 times higher than before. Even an immortal physique 5th realm powerhouse would not be able to defeat them. This Blackwater City's City Lord was only at the peak of the immortal physique 4th realm. This meant that Yi Xian was a little unbridled. Along the way, there were many people who joined forces to attack Yi Xian. Although their realms were low, only at the immortal physique 1st realm, they had the advantage in numbers. Unfortunately, Yi Xian and the rest were not afraid at all. Those who dared to block the way all died without a burial place. This was also a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, this was all experience. It could not only increase his cultivation, but also increase his killing intent and requiem of souls. Now that the 5 poison realm was lacking sacrificial offerings, most of the forces took this opportunity to attack the surrounding forces. Although 99% of the people in the 5 poison realm had faith, they did not want to be sacrificial offerings. If a strong force destroyed a weak force, then the weak force would be the sacrificial offering. Simply speaking, Yi Xian did not have many experts in the Blackwater City Lord Manor this time, but the City Lord was definitely there. After this Blackwater City Lord Manor sent out an immortal physique 3rd realm expert, there was no movement. Only when Yi Xian and the rest arrived did they feel strange. What happened? The people in the City Lord's Manor couldn't figure out the situation. How could there be an unfamiliar 3rd stage Undying Realm expert near the City Lord's Manor? When they came out to take a look, they saw a human youth carrying a corpse in his hand. That's the corpse of Consecrator Lien. Those with discerning eyes immediately reacted. Consecrator Lien was the expert whose brain had been smashed by Ghost Dome Great Emperor. His body was at the Undying Stage 3. How did he die? What's going on? Didn't Consecrator Yan go to deal with the siege? It seems that Consecrator Yan has died in battle. This person doesn't seem to have a good background. He is only at the first level of the undying fleshly body realm, but he has 2 guards at the 3rd level of the undying fleshly body realm. No matter what, kill him. Immediately, many experts leaped into the sky from the City Lord Mansion. There were more than 20 undying 2nd layer experts and 5 undying 3rd layer experts. This kind of arrangement was enough to deal with a 4th stage undying fleshly body expert. However, this was still not enough. The City Lord of Blackwater City doesn't seem to be here, but there are many arrays in the City Lord's manor. Maybe he's in seclusion. In that case, I'll kill him until he comes out of seclusion. Do it. Yi Xian didn't care about the other party and directly gave the order. In an instant, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian attacked together. Due to the connection of evil's descent, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had been maintaining a wonderful distance from each other. The strongest experts in the City Lord's manor were only at the undying 3rd layer. Old Tree and the other 2 were also at the undying 3rd layer. Facing an expert of the same level, they could almost instantly kill the other party. As for Yi Xian, he dealt with the 2nd stage undying fleshly body experts. Without using the Eye of Space, Yi Xian could kill one in a second. In the blink of an eye, there were many corpses flying in the air, but all of them were experts in the City Lord's manor. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent and the increase of the Elegy of Souls continued to increase. The City Lord of Blackwater City was probably in seclusion. Otherwise, he would have come out. In that case, Yi Xian would beat him out of seclusion. Bang! 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 With the eye of perception, Yi Xian could clearly sense where there was a defensive formation. Therefore, he took the time to attack these places. As long as the City Lord of Blackwater City was inside, he would definitely be disturbed. Sure enough, after at least half of the people in the air were killed, a figure suddenly rushed out of a secret room in the depths of the City Lord's manor. Which scoundrel dares to disturb this City Lord's seclusion? A middle-aged man swept into the sky and loudly shouted. However, when he spread out his spiritual sense, he was overwhelmed with shock. At this time, it just so happened that a 3rd stage undying fleshly body consecrator of the City Lord's manor had his head smashed by Ghost Dome Great Emperor. His corpse was flying in the air. So strong. Although he's only a 3rd stage undying fleshly body consecrator, his battle strength is probably not below mine. This middle-aged man was the City Lord of Blackwater City. After seeing Ghost Dome Great Emperor's strength, he couldn't help but tremble. Where did these people come from? Why did they come to the City Lord's manor? What's going on? The City Lord of Blackwater City has finally come out. Ribs, go and deal with him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Ghost Dome Great Emperor immediately rushed towards the City Lord of Blackwater City. Not only that, but Wei Zhentian also quickly followed. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had a fusion connection. Therefore, when Yi Xian gave the order to Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian would also follow. The 2 of them were a combination that couldn't be separated. Seeing Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian rushing towards him, the City Lord of Blackwater City's expression changed greatly. He angrily shouted, "You dare to cause trouble in my City Lord's manor? You've got guts. Fine, the formation has just finished today. I'll use you to practice." After saying that, the City Lord of Blackwater City quickly formed seals with both hands. Then, the entire City Lord's manor suddenly rose with white light. Whoosh! 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 White light pillars soared into the sky and surrounded Yi Xian and the others. There were exactly 18 of them. What the hell? Yi Xian looked at these white light pillars and was a little confused. However, he could see that this was a formation. It's just a formation. He had seen many formations, but this one should be the most powerful one he had ever seen. When these 18 light pillars soared into the sky, the entire city lord's manor began to tremble. An aura of death spread out. The consecrators of the city lord's manor raised their brows and suddenly thought of something. 18 White Bones Formation, Rise. Chapter 1557. Are these skeletons made of white bone gold essence jade? Yi Xian looked at these skeletons and felt that it was a little extravagant. These skeletons were all 10 meters tall and were made of white bone gold essence jade. It was indeed a little excessive to use such a huge amount of resources to set up an array. However, during this period of time, the 5 Poison territory was more chaotic because of the lack of sacrificial offerings in the 5 Poison territory. The city lord of Blackwater City was afraid that an expert would come and destroy Blackwater City and then send them to the 5 Poison sect as sacrificial offerings. Therefore, he set up this array. These skeletons are all made of white bone gold essence jade. Even a 5th degree Undying Realm expert would find it difficult to destroy them. You're all dead. After the city lord of Blackwater City finished speaking, he quickly retreated to the side of the skeletons. These skeletons were comparable to a 5th degree Undying Realm expert. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Even a 6th degree Undying Realm expert would not dare to be careless. However, this was not a big deal for Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. You've underestimated Rib Bone and Wei Zhentian. Go, break their bones. Yi Xian directly shouted and gave the order to the City Lord Mansion's reverends. As for the rest of the City Lord Mansion's reverends, they were left to the old tree and Yi Xian. Humph, boasting shamelessly. Kill them. The City Lord of Blackwater City snorted coldly. Then, 18 big white skeletons surrounded him. These skeletons could not fly, so Yi Xian only needed to fly. However, he was naive this time. When the skeletons saw him fly, they suddenly grew a pair of white bone wings. Good fellas, I'd like to see if you're really that tough. Yi Xian's face darkened. At the same time, he also directly attacked. Killing Intent Explosion. Void Flame Sword Wave. Although he was only a 1st degree Undying Realm expert, his attack power was enough to seriously injure a 4th degree Undying Realm expert. Although the white bone gold essence jade was a material for forging 8th level transcending heaven weapons, it was not the best material. It was not impossible to destroy them. Swish. The big skeletons didn't seem to know how to dodge. They hit the Nihility Flame Sword Wave, but they did have some skill. Under the attack of the Nihility Flame Sword Wave, they were unharmed. You have some ability. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. He then scanned the skeletons with his eye of insight and discovered a white bone core in their brains. It seemed this was their weak point. Since the hard way didn't work, then he would use the underhanded method. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards one of the large skeletons. Big Skeleton's weapon was a white bone club. One strike from it could probably destroy an ordinary 4th degree Undying Realm martial artist's body. If Yi Xian was hit, he naturally wouldn't be able to escape. However, the prerequisite was that he could hit Yi Xian. Hoo. At this moment, the white bone club was already swinging towards Yi Xian. But at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered. Then, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the big skeleton's head. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard. The white bone core in the big skeleton's head suddenly shattered. This white bone core was the big skeleton's weak point. Now that it had shattered, the big skeleton instantly lost its main body. It disintegrated and fell from the sky. Seeing this, Yi Xian swiftly swept over and kept all the white bones. These white bones weren't real white bones. They were refined from white bone gold essence jade. That was why Yi Xian could swallow them. Awesome, such a huge amount of experience points. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He felt his aura rising sharply. At the same time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian also felt the same. Their strength suddenly rose. No matter how strong this big skeleton was, it couldn't withstand the spatial crack's attack. In front of Yi Xian, it was just a big toy. At this moment, the Blackwater City Lord was also shocked. There's actually the Eye of Space. The Blackwater City Lord's eyes flickered. The Eye of Space could tear space. Unless one was in the reaching heaven realm, it was impossible to resist this kind of attack. Moreover, special eyes like the Spatial Eye and the Eye of Myriad weren't suitable for just anyone. Some people wouldn't be able to use the Eye of Myriad even if they obtained it. The Spatial Eye was even rarer than the Eye of Myriad, so there was no need to talk about it. He didn't expect to encounter one today. This kid's body is in the undying realm. I reckon he can tear space a few times. If that's the case, I'll lose 6 big skeletons. The Blackwater City Lord's heart trembled. He originally thought that the appearance of the 18 big skeletons could turn the situation around and smash Yi Xian and the others into minced meat. Now, it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy. Not only that, Yi Xian had the Eye of Space, but the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the Green Dragon weren't weak either. They could actually fight a big skeleton alone. If this continued, even if the 17 skeletons surrounded them, it would be difficult to kill them. For these 18 skeletons, I consumed 60% of the white bone gold concentrate. The remaining 30% is used to refine the white bone cores. If these white bone cores are destroyed, the losses outweigh the gains. When the Blackwater City Lord thought of this, he made a decision in his heart. Then, his hands started to form seals rapidly. Yi Xian, who was about to make a move on the second skeleton, suddenly felt something. Below that, he saw the large skeleton that he was staring at suddenly turn around and fly towards the City Lord of Blackwater City. The other 16 large skeletons were the same as they all gathered towards the City Lord of Blackwater City. What are they doing? Yi Xian frowned. He suddenly had a bad premonition. He saw the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian rushing over and being sent flying by the big skeletons. It seemed that the Blackwater City Lord was going to play some tricks again. However, no matter what it was, he wasn't afraid. After all, he still had many trump cards that he hadn't used yet. For example, Unicorn's Descent, Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash, and Blade Storm, which had been upgraded to the level of 10,000 swords. Just as Yi Xian was surprised, the 17 big skeletons suddenly disintegrated and began to reassemble. I see. Are they trying to form a bigger skeleton? After seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately understood. The Blackwater City Lord knew that even if all the big skeletons surrounded them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he wanted to form a stronger skeleton. Out of curiosity, Yi Xian didn't stop him. He wanted to see what the 17 big skeletons were going to form. However, when he saw half of it, he realized that after the 17 big skeletons disintegrated, they seemed to be forming a giant spider. White Bone Emperor Spider, go! Chapter 1558. This array was obtained by him 1,000 years ago. This time, he happened to discover a white bone gold essence mine, so he set it up. This White Bone Emperor Spider was comparable to a 6th Heaven Undying Physique Realm expert. This was the Blackwater City's City Lord's trump card. Facing this big fellow, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a fearful expression. If he were to face this White Bone Emperor Spider alone, even if he used all his trump cards, it would probably be hard to kill it. Fortunately, he still had a super trump card. Eye of Space. At this moment, those experts from the City Lord Manor were all dead. Yi Xian had also obtained their Qian Kun rings and raised his cultivation. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, kill the Blackwater City's City Lord. Leave this White Bone Emperor Spider to me. Yi Xian immediately said. Understood. Old Tree responded and immediately flew towards the Blackwater City's City Lord, who was at the 4th Heaven Undying Physique Realm. Although the 3 of them were at the 3rd Heaven Undying Physique Realm, but if they were to join forces, they would definitely be able to kill the Blackwater City's City Lord. As long as they killed him, this White Bone Emperor Spider would probably disintegrate. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Of course, now that the Blackwater City's city lord was protected by the White Bone Emperor Spider, it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. As for Yi Xian, his eyes flickered as he used the Eye of Revelation to observe. This 100-meter-tall White Bone Emperor Spider was formed by the 17 skeletons. Therefore, the 17 white bone cores were in the White Bone Emperor Spider's body. If they wanted to kill this White Bone Emperor Spider with their own strength, they would probably have to destroy the 17 white bone cores. At this moment, these 17 white bone cores were completely covered. Even if Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation, he wouldn't be able to see where these 17 white bone cores were. I can only use a few more spatial tiers. At most, I can destroy a few white bone cores. I don't think I can do anything about the rest. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to directly break through the void and enter the White Bone Emperor Spider's body. However, he realized that the White Bone Emperor Spider's bones weren't right. Hence, he reckoned that the White Bone Emperor Spider's body was real. Even if he tore through space, he would only open a hole. Since that's the case, then let's fight head-on. Ghost Dome Great Emperor, activate the Undying Battle Soul. Yi Xian said telepathically. Hearing this, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's eyes lit up, and his aura skyrocketed. When the Skeletal King was still alive, the Undying Battle Soul could double the attributes of the Skeletal King and Wei Zhentian. Now that the Skeletal Monarch had mutated into the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, the Undying Battle Soul had also evolved. The current Undying Battle Soul could increase all attributes by 2 times. In addition to the double of fusion and the double of unicorn's deterrence, it was 4 times. At this very moment, both Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were able to exhibit 5 times their original battle prowess. Go all out. Kill. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor, whose aura had skyrocketed, held the Ghost Dome Greatsword and charged toward the Blackwater City Lord. What? The Blackwater City Lord was hiding under the White Bone Emperor Spider. When he saw the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's speed, he was stunned. What kind of speed was this? In the blink of an eye, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor arrived in front of him and swung his sword. Selah. Before the City Lord of Blackwater City could react, his head was directly cut off, and then caught by Old Shu, who flashed over. Instant kill. Although the Blackwater City Lord wasn't dead yet, what was the difference between him and death with only his head left? Immediately after, Yi Xian used the special positioning function of the void to break open a void door. Then, he controlled the Blackwater City Lord's corpse to pass through the void door and obtain the Qian Kun ring. There weren't many things in the Qian Kun ring, but there were quite a few that helped Yi Xian's cultivation increase by a lot. Yi Xian reckoned that as long as he devoured the White Bone Emperor Spider, he would be able to break through. However, things didn't seem to be that simple. Originally, he thought that after killing the Blackwater City Lord, the White Bone Emperor Spider would collapse on its own. But now, the Blackwater City Lord only had a head left. It was no different from being dead, but the White Bone Emperor Spider was still alive. At this moment, it extended one of its spider legs and swept it towards the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. This attack was enough to severely injure a 5th-grade Undying Realm martial artist. Clang! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor blocked the attack with his Ghost Dome Great Sword. His body only trembled slightly. After activating his Undying Battle Soul, he wasn't a pushover. After blocking the attack, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor quickly slashed the leg of the White Bone Emperor Spider. Kacha! Another crisp sound was heard. This time, the sword was embedded at least a meter deep into the White Bone Emperor Spider's leg. One should know that this leg was made of white bone gold essence jade, which was indestructible. The Blackwater City Lord was shocked. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor, who had a 3rd-grade Undying Realm physique, was actually this powerful. Kill them all. The Blackwater City Lord's head roared. It was a pity that the White Bone Emperor Spider no longer obeyed him after he was left with only his head. Rumble. A rumbling sound was heard. The White Bone Emperor Spider began to go berserk and destroy the entire City Lord mansion. The Blackwater City Lord's face turned gloomy. What he was worried about had happened. The White Bone Emperor Spider no longer obeyed him and became a killing puppet. There was no one in the entire City Lord Mansion who could do anything to it. Hee, this is truly a trap of one's own making. Yi Xian couldn't help but grin. This White Bone Emperor Spider was created by the Blackwater City Lord. Now that it no longer obeyed the orders of the Blackwater City Lord, there was going to be a good show to watch. However, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had already activated his undying battle soul, and the Might Jintian had already turned into the sky-shaking great sword in the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's hand. At this moment, there were two great swords in the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's hand. One was the sky-shaking great sword, and the other was the Ghost Dome Great Sword. Kacha! Kacha! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor swung both of his hands and the two great swords swept across. In an instant, one of the White Bone Spider's legs was cut off. In terms of sharpness, the Ghost Dome Great Sword was actually not as fast as the sky-shaking Great Sword. After all, this was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's weapon. After the White Bone Spider's leg was cut off, it could no longer connect with the White Bone Emperor Spider. Hence, Yi Xian quickly used his eyes of nature to control the White Bone Spider's leg to pass through the void door. Devour. The White Bone Spider's leg gave Yi Xian a lot of experience points, but it wasn't that easy to level it up. Ghost Dome Great Emperor, dismember this White Bone Emperor Spider. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's ghost fire eyes flickered. In a flash, he arrived at the second White Bone Spider's leg. Kacha! Kacha! Crisp sounds echoed. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was like a logging machine. Although the White Bone Emperor Spider's destructive power was strong, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's speed was too fast after activating his undying battle soul. Furthermore, he was moving around the White Bone Emperor Spider, so the White Bone Emperor Spider couldn't do anything to him. Chapter 1559. The City Lord of Blackwater City was shocked. The White Bone Emperor Spider was comparable to a Stage 6 Undying Physique expert. Yet, it was toyed around by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. This is going to be troublesome. He thought that the White Bone Emperor Spider could kill Yi Xian and the rest. He did not expect that he would die first and the White Bone Emperor Spider would go berserk. The most important thing was that the White Bone Emperor Spider couldn't do anything to Yi Xian and the rest. If Yi Xian and the rest killed the White Bone Emperor Spider, not to mention the City Lord Mansion, even the Blackwater City would be destroyed. However, what could he do now? Soon, all 8 of the White Bone Emperor Spider's legs were cut off by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Without its legs, the White Bone Emperor Spider's body was stuck to the ground and it couldn't move at all. Ghost Dome Great Emperor, break open its butt and break the 17 white bone cores. Yi Xian continued to command from afar. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor immediately did as he was told. Under his frenzied attacks, the White Bone Emperor Spider's butt was cut open and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor entered. In a short while, the 17 white bone cores were all broken and the White Bone Emperor Spider could no longer move. After all, it was just a puppet. Even if it went berserk, it was still easy to deal with. After the White Bone Emperor Spider died, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and went over, then directly put away the huge corpse. Ding! Host broke through. Current Stage 2 Undying Physique Body. Ding! Wei Jintian broke through. Current Stage 4 Undying Physique Body. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor broke through. Current Stage 4 Undying Physique Body. The system notifications rang one after another and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's aura surged again. Although the old tree had not broken through, it should be enough after Yi Xian ransacked the City Lord Mansion. City Lord of Blackwater City, your wealth should be more than this Qian Kun ring, right? Yi Xian suddenly said to the City Lord of Blackwater City. Don't even think about getting it. The Blackwater City Lord naturally knew what Yi Xian was up to. He immediately shouted angrily. Let's not talk about the fact that I have a method to erase souls. Just the soul poison in your interspatial ring is enough to erase your soul, right? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and dashed in front of the Blackwater City Lord. Hearing this, the Blackwater City Lord's expression changed drastically. He suddenly remembered that there was indeed some soul poison in his Qian Kuan ring. In his current state, there was no way he could withstand it. Oh no. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you cooperate, I can let you go. Yi Xian's expression suddenly froze as he spoke in an icy tone. The Blackwater City Lord's expression changed drastically. He knew that he was doomed this time. If he did not cooperate, his soul would be obliterated. Not only that, but the entire Blackwater City might not be spared. Over there. After thinking for a second, the Blackwater City Lord decided to cooperate. He directly used the genuine qi and all creation strength that he could mobilize to condense an ice pillar in the distance. Immediately, the old tree quickly flashed over and took out another interspatial ring after a while. Happy cooperation. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring with a smile and quickly checked it. There were indeed many good things inside. Ding! The ash spirit has broken through. Currently, it is in the level 4 undying body realm. The old tree had finally broken through. I've given you the things. You have to keep your word, the Blackwater City Lord said with a solemn expression. You have the undying blood essence, right? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Yes. The City Lord of Blackwater City subconsciously replied, but in the next moment, his expression changed. Before he could even open his mouth, Yi Xian swept out his sword and directly blasted his head apart. His head exploded, and his soul left his body. In any case, the City Lord of Blackwater City had the undying blood essence, so he could revive after killing him. However, to the City Lord of Blackwater City, it was naturally better to keep his head. That was because he could use medicinal pills to recover. However, once he died, he could only use the undying blood essence to revive. One had to know that the higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to condense the imperishable blood essence. If a cultivator condensed a drop of imperishable blood essence at the 3rd level of the undying fleshly body realm, and then broke through to the 4th level of the undying fleshly body realm, the imperishable blood essence wouldn't be able to be used and would have to be condensed again. The City Lord of Blackwater City should also rejoice that he hadn't broken through to the 5th stage of undying fleshly body. Otherwise, he would be finished this time. Now that the City Lord of Blackwater City was dead, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to deal with the people below. However, just as he was about to leave, a few auras entered the range of his perception. Undying fleshly body 5th layer, 3. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. In this Blackwater City, there should only be one undying fleshly layer 4 undying fleshly layer 4 undying fleshly layer 4 undying fleshly layer 3 undying fleshly layer 4 undying fleshly layer 3 undying fleshly layer 3 undying fleshly layer 3 undying fleshly layer 3 undying fleshly layer 4 undying fleshly layer 3 undying fleshly layer 3 undying fleshly layer 4 undying fleshly layer 3 undying fleshly layer 4 undying fleshly layer 3 undying fleshly layer 3 undying fleshly layer 4 undying fleshly layer. Soon, the 3 people arrived above the City Lord's mansion. Huh? The 3 people couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the miserable state of the City Lord's mansion. Did these 2 people destroy the City Lord's mansion of Blackwater City? The middle-aged man in the lead murmured. His gaze fell on the old tree and the ghost dome Great Emperor because they were the only ones who had reached the 4th stage of undying fleshly body realm. He could feel that the old tree didn't have the aura of the faith crystal, so they should be outsiders. Good, the City Lord's mansion is destroyed. Then the entire Blackwater City can be used as a sacrifice to the Sky Spider sect. A man laughed. The entire Blackwater City? Sacrifice? When the words fell into Yi Xian's ears, he couldn't help but tremble. Blackwater City wasn't big compared to other cities. It was estimated that there were only 100,000 people, but it was a little scary to use so many people as a sacrifice. What kind of sacrifice was it that required so many people? Second brother, third brother, go and raise the great city barrier array. I will deal with them. Before Yi Xian could say anything, the leading man immediately swooped down and attacked the old tree and the ghost dome Great Emperor. The Great City Barrier Array was raised when Yi Xian entered Blackwater City. However, it couldn't stop the three people as they directly rushed in. As long as the Great City Barrier Array was raised, the people in Blackwater City wouldn't be able to leave. The leading man was extremely confident. After all, the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor were only at the 4th stage of Undying Fleshly Body Realm, while he was at the 5th stage of Undying Fleshly Body Realm. However, he underestimated the strength of the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. The Undying Battle's soul still had time. After receiving Yi Xian's order, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor immediately attacked. Swoosh! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor turned into a stream of light, holding the sky-shaking Great Sword and the Ghost Dome Great Sword. He instantly swept in front of the leading man and the two swords faced each other. What? The leading man obviously didn't expect the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to be able to burst out with such speed. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Unfortunately, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had two weapons now. He could only block the Ghost Dome Great Sword, but his head was cut off by the sky-shaking Great Sword. Chapter 1560. Pung! The head exploded, and an invisible soul floated out. Then, Yi Xian slashed out with the Void Flame Sword Wave. The soul was extremely fragile. Even if Yi Xian was only at the Undying Realm, it was enough to destroy the leader's soul. The leader did have a drop of Undying Blood Essence, but his soul was burnt to a crisp. The drop of Undying Blood Essence also dissipated between heaven and earth. Undying Realm experts had already transcended reincarnation. If their soul dissipated after death, they couldn't enter reincarnation. In other words, they were truly dead. If they wanted to reincarnate, they had to do it while they were alive. Of course, reincarnation for Undying Realm experts was more than 100 times harder than reincarnation realm experts. When the other two saw this, they couldn't help but stop and look at their elder brother's corpse. Their elder brother was stronger than them. How could he be killed in a second? Not only that, but his soul was also scattered. How could this be? Not good, let's go. One of them immediately reacted. Knowing that he had hit an iron plate this time, he quickly turned around. But their speed couldn't compare to Ghost Dome Great Emperor, let alone Old Tree. In the blink of an eye, they were caught up. Although the two's realm was high, they were both killed by Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor in just 3 rounds. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian received a large amount of killing intent and 3 interspatial rings for free. After keeping the 3 interspatial rings, he immediately devoured the things inside, and his cultivation base increased by a lot. However, after this incident, he faintly felt that the 5 Poison Divine sect seemed to be making a big move. These 3 people want to use the entire Blackwater City as a sacrifice. What does the 5 Poison Divine sect want to do? Yi Xian was very surprised. Blackwater City had about 100,000 people. Although most of them were reincarnation realm experts, there were countless people like Blackwater City in the 5 Poison territory. Yi Xian estimated that this sacrifice would need at least 1 million people, or even tens of millions. This 5 Poison Divine sect was truly a bit too brutal. However, Yi Xian did not plan to care too much. He only wanted to pass through the 5 Poisons realm, reach the 100 Beast realm, and find the Fox ancestor. Immediately, he left Blackwater City and headed north. The 100 Beast territory was north of the 5 Poisons territory, so Yi Xian had to cross it. Coincidentally, there was a teleportation array one day north of Blackwater City, which could save a lot of time. Therefore, Yi Xian's destination this time was that teleportation array. As for Blackwater City, it had nothing to do with him anymore. After breaking through to the fleshly body Undying 2nd stage, his speed had increased a lot. A day's journey for him was equivalent to 3 days' journey for a fleshly body Undying 5th stage martial artist. However, after traveling for half a day, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura. So many people. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and stopped in his tracks. Relying on his powerful perception, he sensed a powerful aura in front of him. Of course, this powerful aura did not belong to a single person, but was emitted by a large number of strong practitioners. There were at least tens of thousands of people, from all 5 clans. Most importantly, they were all at the Undying Realm. Tens of thousands of Undying Realm practitioners, this was no joke. Furthermore, these tens of thousands of people were only within the range of Yi Xian's perception. There were many outside his range of perception, perhaps 20 to 30,000 people. So many Undying Realm practitioners, what the heck, could it be that they are all sacrifices? Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly checked the map and realized that there was a city that was much stronger than Blackwater City nearby. It seemed that these people were from there. With so many sacrifices, it was an opportunity for Yi Xian. However, with so many people, there must be an escort, so Yi Xian did not act immediately. He concealed his aura and stealthily sneaked over. Under the eye of revelation, the densely packed people almost dazzled his eyes. These people are not shackled. Could it be that the escorts are from the 5 Poison sect? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. The 5 Poison sect was made up of 5 powers, the 1,000 Feet sect, the Golden Toad sect, the Sky Spider sect, the Cthulhuism Society, and the Snake Shadow Palace. These 5 powers were the overlords of the 5 Poison realm. They were united against a common enemy. Almost all of the people in the 5 Poison realm were followers of these 5 powers. As long as these 5 powers issued an order, these followers would unconditionally follow orders. Under normal circumstances, the 5 Poison Divine sect would not issue such an order. It seemed that this time, they were going to make a big deal out of it. They were actually forcing followers to become sacrifices. Faintly, Yi Xian felt a sense of foreboding. Because the 5 Poison realm and the 100 Beast region were enemies, forcing so many sacrifices this time might be to target the 100 Beast region. Although Yi Xian was a human and not a beast, this 5 Poison sect was clearly not a good thing. What Yi Xian was going to do later was to free these followers. 10 Undying Physique Level 5, 3 Undying Physique Level 6, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. If it was before, he would definitely be scared out of his wits. Not to mention these escorts, if these sacrifices saw him, they would probably fight to be the first to turn him into a follower and then join the sacrifice team. But now, he was not afraid at all. More than 30,000 people, if I kill all of them with my current realm, I can at least reach the upper limit of killing intent 2 times, right? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Previously, he had 6 Devour points, but after exchanging for the super powerful Nihility Flame Sword Ripple, he was only left with 4 points. Now, he had found a way to make money, so he naturally could not let it go. Not only that, but the universe rings on so many people were enough for him to level up. But at this time, the eye of revelation suddenly swept across a few figures that stood out from the rest. These figures were not from the 5 Poison Beast tribe, but from the Cat tribe. Like the Fox tribe, the Cat tribe was the closest race to humans among the beast tribes. Other than cat ears and cat tails, they were no different from humans. However, the difference between these felines and the other believers was that these felines were all shackled with shackles. Strange, why are there cat tribe members? Yi Xian was very surprised, but in the next moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, the host has triggered a chain random mission, the first round of the mission, rescue the cat tribe members. When Yi Xian heard this, he could not help but be stunned. The chain random mission had finally come again. He immediately sized up the cat tribe members and found that there were more than 20 of them, but because they were mixed in with the large group, he could not sense their realms. Chapter 1561. At that moment, Yi Xian summoned the Old Tree and the other 2 and said, Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, there are some felines among them. Don't kill them by mistake. Understood. Old Tree nodded. Although he did not know why Yi Xian wanted to protect the felines, he did not intend to ask. As long as it was Yi Xian's order, he, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian would carry it out unconditionally. Kill. Under Yi Xian's order, the four of them rushed out. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all fourth-degree undying fleshly bodies. It should not be a problem for them to kill so many people. At the same time, Yi Xian also started his killing feast. A massacre began. Since you all are going to be sacrifices, I will help you free yourselves so that you won't harm the common people. Yi Xian thought for a while and came up with a reason to kill. He then transmitted a message to Wei Zhentian and gave him an order. Sword Storm. Wei Zhentian had also mutated. The 1,000 Sword Storm had been upgraded to the 10,000 Sword Storm. Its power was probably going to explode. In an instant, Wei Zhentian had transformed into 10,000 blood swords. More than 10,000 blood swords were formed in a second and swept out. With his fourth-degree undying fleshly body, it was simply a piece of cake for him to kill low-level people. 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, one time, in just an instant, thousands of people had died. Yi Xian's slaughter feast had doubled in size, and it was still rapidly increasing. At this time, the 5 poison divine sex escorts finally reacted. Who is it? The escorts shouted angrily. When they reacted, more than 5,000 people had died. Who dared to rob the 5 poison divine sex sacrifices? Needless to say, it must be someone from the 100 Beast territory. However, in the next moment, they were shocked. The 5,000 people who had been killed suddenly revived and joined the battle. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor had a will of death skill. He could revive any corpse that had a lower cultivation level than him without any consumption and help him in battle. Although those 5,000 people didn't die in his hands, all of them had their brains pierced by Wei Zhentian. Furthermore, their realms were between the fleshly body undying first layer to the fleshly body undying third layer. All of them could be resurrected. The combination of the two was simply too terrifying. The felines in the crowd were shocked. They didn't expect that before they were sacrificed, they would die on the way. But while they were still in shock, the old tree suddenly took the lead and flashed into the huge crowd. Then, he protected the cat clan members nearby and cleared out an area. The group of felines widened their eyes. Were these people here to save them? Don't move, I'll guarantee your safety. Old Tree shouted in a low voice, unlocking the shackles on all the cat clan members. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people were swept away by the blood swords. Then, the dead people were revived and guarded by them. Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor were in charge of killing, while the old tree was in charge of protecting. As for Yi Xian, he used the Void Flame Sword Wave to kill the wandering souls with the undying blood essence. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Soon, the killing intent was filled up. Ding! Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Do you want to clear it and exchange it for 1 devour point? Yes. Ding! Killing intent has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 devour point. At this moment, Yi Xian was still at the fleshly body undying second layer, and his devour points had reached 5. Not only that, but the Elegy of Souls enhancement also soared rapidly, reaching 30% in the blink of an eye. Now, the Elegy of Souls enhancement was effective on Yi Xian and the other 3. Naturally, the higher the enhancement, the better. We don't have enough manpower. Doppelganger. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly summoned his doppelganger, which he rarely did. Together, they used the Nihility Flame Sword Wave to erase those souls. The Eye of Nature in the air collected the Qian Kuan rings of the dead. Although most of these Qian Kuan rings had been swept clean once, and all the precious items were gone, the total amount was still not small. At this moment, Yi Xian and the others had already joined the battle for a few seconds. When the few escorts saw that Yi Xian and the others were strong, they immediately gathered together and charged over. How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian snorted coldly, looking very disdainful. Anyway, these escorts' target was not him, but the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the Sky Quake Sword Wave. Unfortunately, the Sky Quake Sword Wave also enjoyed the enhancement of the Feast of Slaughter, and its power was 3 times stronger than before. These 10 fleshly body undying 5th layer experts and 3 fleshly body undying 6th layer experts were all swept away by the Sky Quake Sword Wave. Not a single one was left. Instant kill. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian had obtained a large amount of killing intent, but it was still not enough. When these followers saw that their escorts were all dead, they immediately fled. However, they could not outrun the Sky Quake Sword Wave. One by one, they died under the Sky Quake Sword Wave. In addition to the resurrected dead, no one could leave alive. A few seconds later, Yi Xian heard another system notification sound. Ding. Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Do you want to clear it and exchange it for 1 devour point? Yes. Ding. Killing intent has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 devour point. Yi Xian's estimation was right. This time, he had obtained 2 devour points. It was a huge profit. Coincidentally, most of the people were dead. At this moment, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor had resurrected more than 20,000 people. This was a huge army of death. Unfortunately, there was a time limit to the resurrection of the dead. Soon, they would become corpses again. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Although the battle had ended, Yi Xian was still fighting. Many people had undying blood essence. If their souls left, they could be resurrected. Killing people was easy, but erasing the soul was much harder. Because only Yi Xian could do it. A few minutes later, Yi Xian hurried back. At this time, the resurrected people were all dead. At the same time, the elegy of soul's amplification had increased to 40%. It had to be said that this was a huge profit. Young master, these are the Qian Kun rings. Old Tree suddenly handed over a large bag. Yi Xian did not say anything and moved the contents into the devour space. Since he had obtained 2 devour points, Yi Xian did not need to be stuck anymore. He directly broke through. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level 3 undying physical body. Ding. Ash's spirit has broken through. Current level 5 undying physical body. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level 5 undying physical body. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level 5 undying physical body. Chapter 1562. This time, the 5 Poison sect had lost a lot of offerings, but most of the items had been swept away, and they were not with the escorts. They must have been taken away by someone else, so Yi Xian didn't get much. He could only level up once. Otherwise, he could at least break through to the undying fleshly body 4th layer. But this was enough. Not only did he level up, but he also got 2 devour points, and the elegy of souls buff increased to 40%. He also completed the first part of the chain random mission. It was killing many birds with 1 stone. Not far away, the group of felines were all looking at Yi Xian in shock. Yi Xian and the others killed more than 20,000 of the 5 poison sex offerings. Not only did they skip levels, but after the battle, they broke through together. What was going on? The leader of the felines, a female feline, swallowed her saliva and walked forward, saying, "Thank you for saving our lives." When this voice fell into Yi Xian's ears, he realized that there were other people here. To be able to trigger the chain random mission, these felines must have a great background. These felines were only at the undying fleshly body 1st layer, but the strong ones were at the undying fleshly body 6th layer. It seemed that they had some ability. That undying fleshly body 6th layer was the feline beauty in front of him. Yi Xian looked at her and frowned, asking, "You are all offerings to be sent to the five poison sect?" "No, we were captured by the sky spider sect for other reasons." The feline beauty shook her head. "Other reasons?" Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that his guess was right. These felines really did have a background. The feline beauty continued, "My name is Su Qin. I originally lived in the Hundred Beasts region, but because some of the Hundred Beasts region's territories were invaded by the Five Poison sect, our tribe was wiped out, so we were separated and then captured. We should have been killed, but the people who captured us suddenly received an order, so we survived and were sent to the Sky Spider sect." "Why didn't they kill you?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "My little sister was separated from us after our tribe was annihilated. Then, she met young Lord Poison Spider of the Sky Spider sect and was fancied by him. That's why we weren't killed. After a while, my little sister will marry young Lord Poison Spider." Su Qin replied. "I see." Now, Yi Xian finally understood the ins and outs of the situation, but this should not be enough to trigger a chain quest. Without waiting for him to ask, Su Qin continued, "I heard that when my sister was caught, she seemed to have awakened a rare bloodline of my clan, Golden Cat. That's why she was chosen by young Lord Poisonous Spider." "Golden Cat?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this was where the problem lay. "My sister was originally just an ordinary wind cat. I heard that when she was caught, she suddenly turned golden. However, she did not fully awaken the Golden Cat bloodline. The people of the Sky Spider sect speculated that the day she fully awakened was the day young Lord Poisonous Spider would marry her." After Su Qin finished speaking, he could not help but pause. "As far as I know, the Demon Spider clan has a bloodline called the Golden Spider. I reckon that young Lord Poisonous Spider wants to use my sister to awaken this bloodline. Or, he wants to try to give birth to a descendant of the Golden Spider bloodline." Before his voice fell, another system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Ding, the second part of the chain quest has been triggered. Rescue Su Qin's sister, Su Yu." The system prompted. Sure enough. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. When Su Qin saw this smile, he was a little baffled. "What's the young Lord Poisonous Spider's realm?" Yi Xian turned his head and asked. "I heard that his body indestructible ninth layer peak, or maybe his soul is indestructible." Su Qin replied. "Body indestructible ninth layer peak." After Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Right now, he was at the body indestructible third layer. The old tree, Wei Zhentian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor were all at the body indestructible fifth layer, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with someone at the body indestructible seventh layer. If he wanted to save Su Yu, his strength was probably not enough. Even if he had the sky-shattering flowing rock slash, unicorn's descent, and the sword storm, it was not enough to be an enemy. "Are you going to the Sky Spider sect or the Sky Spider branch sect?" Yi Xian asked again. "It's the branch sect." Su Qin replied. "There is a teleportation array after a while. After the teleportation array, it will take more than a day to reach the Sky Spider branch sect. Since it's a branch sect, then there shouldn't be too many strong people, but it's not impossible." Yi Xian was silent. "Big brother, can you help us save big sister Su Yu?" At this time, a cute little girl suddenly ran in front of Yi Xian. "Don't mess around." Before Yi Xian could speak, Su Qin took the lead and angrily rebuked. Yi Xian had already saved them. If Yi Xian went to the Sky Spider sect to save Su Yu, wouldn't that be pushing Yi Xian to a dead end? Although Yi Xian was strong and could challenge those above his level, on the day of the wedding, there might be an indestructible soul-level expert coming to congratulate them. It was impossible to save Su Yu. "Oh," the little girl was immediately scolded and didn't dare to make a sound. Yi Xian looked at the cute little girl with the body indestructible first layer and said, "Let's not talk about saving Su Yu for now. First, I have to ask, how old are you this year?" "I'll be 1,000 years old in 50 years. The cat girl answered honestly. Damn, after Yi Xian heard this, he subconsciously cursed in his heart. Damn, she's almost 1,000 years old, and she's still calling me big brother. Is this cute? However, this world was unfair to begin with. People in the 5 poison realm were usually born with longevity level. In addition, with the guidance of experts, it wasn't difficult for them to cultivate to the indestructible realm. Once they broke through to the indestructible realm, their lifespan would be at least 20,000 years. Of course, it was very difficult for the average person to live until death. There were always times when they accidentally died. However, this was still much older than Yi Xian, a young man in his 20s. This little girl could be his ancestor. Scary. After the increase in lifespan, the average person's fertility will be delayed. This little girl is not even 1,000 years old. She's probably just a child in the tribe, Yi Xian thought in his heart and didn't care about this problem. He continued, I can help with saving Suyu, but it's too dangerous for you to stay in the 5 poison realm. I'll send you out of here first. After speaking, a void door opened and Yi Xian directly passed through it. Eye of space? Su Qin and the others were shocked and followed Yi Xian. Chapter 1563. Yi Xian brought everyone to a remote place, then slowly said, the cultivation of the people here isn't high. With your strength, you shouldn't be in danger of losing your life. You can just stay here. My lord, you said you have a way to save Suyu? Su Qin couldn't help but ask. Yes, so you can wait here for my news. Yi Xian nodded. Su Qin found it unbelievable because Yi Xian was only at Undying Body Realm 3rd layer. At this level, he would at most be an outer sect disciple in the Sky Spider sect. Although the bald old man and Ghost Dome Great Emperor were strong, they were not as strong as young Lord of Poisonous Spider. What's more, there might be someone with an undying soul realm descending. It was almost impossible to save them. I have the Eye of Space and I have experts to help. Just wait here and don't run around. Yi Xian suddenly frowned and said with a solemn expression. If these people were not related to his mission reward, he would not have bothered to remind them. Then, without waiting for the other party to speak, he directly broke through the void and returned to the place where the battle was. The void gate was different from the space gate. It consumed very little eye power, so Yi Xian could use it 100 times in a row without a problem. Su Qin and the others looked at Yi Xian's handsome back as he left and helplessly waited in this hidden place. There were at most Undying Body Realm's 2nd layer martial artists in this area, but Su Qin was at Undying Body Realm's 6th layer. They were not in danger. However, could Yi Xian really save them? At this time, Yi Xian and the others had returned to the battlefield. Young master, although the Sky Spider branch is only a branch, there must be many high-level Undying Body experts. Do you have a plan? Old Tree couldn't help but ask. Of course, I have a plan, and that is to kill. Yi Xian answered subconsciously. But it had to be said that this mission was indeed a bit tricky. Although the Sky Spider branch was only a branch, there were probably many Undying Body Realm 7th, 8th, or even 9th layer experts. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider was even at the peak of Undying Body Realm 9th layer. On the day of the wedding, there might be other Undying Soul Masters coming. It wouldn't be that easy to fight them head-on. Just now, Yi Xian had also inquired about some things. This young Lord of Poisonous Spider was the youngest son of the Sky Spider sect master. He was also the one with the highest aptitude. After cultivating for less than 3,000 years, he had already broken through to the peak of Undying Fleshly Body level 9. In the future, there was a high chance that he would inherit the position of sect master of the Sky Spider sect, which was also one of the 5 great sect masters of the 5 poison divine sect. If Yi Xian were to cause a ruckus at the wedding, he would most likely become a wanted criminal. However, this was nothing to him. In any case, let's get there first. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's speed increased by a lot. He arrived at the teleportation circle in a few hours. There were indeed people from the 5 poison sect guarding the teleportation array. However, their realms were not high, so they were all killed by Yi Xian. Then, they successfully teleported over. According to Su Qin, after the teleportation, they just need to travel northwest for 1 day to reach the Sky Spider branch. However, the 1-day journey was based on Su Qin's footsteps. Of course, Yi Xian's current speed was about the same. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Sky Spider Sex branch, where the young Lord of Poisonous Spider was. Because he was a human, Yi Xian had to hide and observe the enemy first. The Sky Spider Sex branch was not weak. The weakest disciple was at Undying Fleshly Body 3rd layer, while the strong ones were at Undying Fleshly Body 6th layer or even 7th layer. There were still a few days left, so Yi Xian could use this time to level up. Recently, the 5 Poison sect needs a lot of sacrifices, but it's the 5 Poison sect that needs the sacrifices, so it shouldn't have anything to do with this young Lord of Poisonous Spider. However, these sacrifices will be sent to the branch, and then to the main sect, Yi Xian thought in his heart. In that case, there will definitely be a lot of sacrifices sent to the branch. Therefore, his plan was to wander around the branch, see if he could find a large group of sacrifices, and then kill to his heart's content. This time, he might be able to reach the upper limit of his killing intent value. In that case, his battle bloodline would be settled. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, you guys go to the east, west, and east respectively. I will go to the north, but you must be discreet. Once you find anything, report to me immediately. Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. Okay. Old Tree responded, then turned around and left. This time, as long as everything went smoothly, his strength would soar by a lot. It was really something to look forward to. It took about a day to travel. Soon, Old Tree and the other 2 were in position. They were waiting half a day away from the Sky Spider Sex branch. During this day, Yi Xian was secretly assassinating the Sky Spider Sex disciples. With his strength, it was easy for him to kill a 5th layer Undying Fleshly Body. In 2 days, it would be the young Lord of Poisonous Spider's wedding day. At that time, experts would definitely arrive. Considering that some people might arrive early, Yi Xian was afraid that there was only 1 day left. Why aren't they here yet? Could it be that Su Qin's batch is the last batch? In a hidden place, Yi Xian used the assassination state to hide. At this time, Wei Zhentian suddenly sent a message. Wei Zhentian was in the south, which was the direction Yi Xian came from. After hearing the news, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and came to Wei Zhentian's side. Because Wei Zhentian was a weapon, he had no aura and was well hidden, so he was not discovered. After Yi Xian arrived, he quickly used the Eye of Revelation to observe. There were tens of thousands of people in this sacrificial troop. There were about 20,000 people, about the same as the previous sacrificial troop. However, the strength of the escorts was stronger than before. 8 5th layer Undying Fleshly Body, 3 6th layer Undying Fleshly Body, and 1 7th layer Undying Fleshly Body? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If it was before, he would have been afraid, but now that they have broken through one after another, there was no need to be so afraid. The person who caught Su Qin before was a 7th layer Undying Fleshly Body. The good things were probably taken by him, but he left later on. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to destroy the sacrificial troop. Yi Xian thought in his heart. In his opinion, the good things were probably on the 7th layer Undying Fleshly Body. As long as he killed him, he would definitely be able to break through again. However, this time, it was not enough to reach the upper limit of the killing intent value. Whatever. Yi Xian no longer bothered himself. If he let this troop travel for another day, they would probably reach the Sky Spider Sect branch sect, so he must act as soon as possible. He immediately pulled the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor over, and then directly attacked. It has only been 2.5 days since the last Sword Blade Storm, so it won't be necessary this time. Chapter 1564. Kill. Under Yi Xian's order, Old Tree and the other 2 rushed out together. Enemy. The escort with the Undying 7th layer reacted very quickly and immediately shouted. Then, the experts scattered all over the sacrifice team immediately raised their spirits. This time, Yi Xian was charging towards the undying 7th stage physique refiner. Yi Xian's plan was to get rid of him in the first wave of attacks. This place was very close to the Sky Spider Sex branch, so there might be experts passing by. They had to end this quickly. How dare you? Die. The undying 7th stage physique refiner roared and charged towards Yi Xian's group. TCH. Yi Xian didn't care and gave Ghost Dome Great Emperor an order. Then, Ghost Dome Great Emperor suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed at the undying 7th stage physique refiner. Grip of the Underworld. After the skeletal monarch mutated into Ghost Dome Great Emperor, the grip of the underworld didn't have a cooldown time. Each time it was used, it would only consume 1% of the buff. Although it was a bit wasteful, it was still used in order to not alert the enemy. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was already at the undying 5th stage physique refiner, so the grip of the underworld's effect was very powerful. Before the undying 7th stage physique refiner could react, he was pulled a long distance away. By the time he reacted, Old Shu had already flashed behind him, then raised his hand and punched him. Bang! The undying 7th stage physique refiner suffered a heavy blow to his back and couldn't resist the grip of the underworld's tearing force. He was instantly pulled in front of Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Slash! Ghost Dome Great Emperor's pair of ghost fire eyes glared. The sky-shaking greatsword and Ghost Dome Greatsword in his hands swept out at the same time. The undying 7th stage physique refiner could only block one side, but the other side cut off the top of his head, instantly killing him. His brain was destroyed, and his soul left his body. Then, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Whoosh! Yi Xian attacked with a void flame sword wave, obliterating this soul. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. With a system notification, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring. Ding! Host's current undying 4th stage physique refiner. Ding! Hui Ling's current 6th stage physique refiner. Wei Zhentian's current 6th stage physique refiner. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor's current physique refiner. There was indeed a lot of good stuff in this Yin and Yang ring. Even when Ghost Dome Great Emperor used the sky-shattering flowing rock slash, it could instantly recover its cooldown. And Bloods, even if the Undying S's reinforcements came, they wouldn't be able to die. Kill. None. Fives. Even the strongest escort at the 7th stage of the undying fleshly body realm had died. Moreover, he was killed in an instant, not to mention the other escorts. However, there was someone who wanted to send a signal to the Sky Spider sect. Unfortunately, Yi Xian directly flashed behind him with an assassination eye. Killing intent explosion. Void flame sword wave. Pung. That person's head exploded, and he died instantly. Then, he was affected by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's will of death. After leaving behind a universe ring, he turned into a headless corpse and charged at the others. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's will of death could summon battle corpses of lower realms to fight for him. If he wanted to summon corpses of the same realm, he would have to consume soul water. In order not to leak the news, Yi Xian had to be careful. The battle didn't last long. Half a minute later, everyone was dead. After all, once someone died, they would be revived by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and attack others. As for the wandering souls, they could only leave them to Yi Xian. After this battle, the elegy of souls didn't increase by much. It was only 45%, but it was already not bad. Then, Yi Xian quickly cleaned up the scene. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. Then, he quickly left. God knows nothing, no one knows. Old Tree, the three of you continue to watch. Inform me if there's any movement. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and ordered the 3 Old Tree to keep watch. He had gained a lot this time. He estimated that if he could do this 1 or 2 more times, he would be able to break through to the 5th stage of the Undying Physique realm. At that time, he would be able to knock on their door. Moreover, his mission wasn't to destroy the Sky Spider sect, but to save Suyu. As long as he could get close to Suyu, he would be able to leave with her. After all, he had the Eye of Space and the Eye of Void. He could easily leave this place with either one. He waited for a while. Then, the old tree sent a message. He quickly broke through the void and went over. This sacrificial troop was also escorted by a 7th-stage Undying Physique Realm expert. However, the old tree, Wei Zhentian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor were all 6th-stage Undying Physique Realm experts. It was extremely easy to deal with a 7th-stage Undying Physique Realm expert. Soon, this sacrificial troop was annihilated by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian continued to watch. At this time, he was already on the verge of a breakthrough. He estimated that after another sacrificial troop, he would be able to break through to the 9th-stage Undying Physique Realm. Just as Bladestorm's cooldown was about to end, Ghost Dome Great Emperor sent a message. Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and brought the old tree and Wei Zhentian over. Although the sacrificial troop this time was smaller than before, the leader of the group was also an Undying Physique Realm expert. When Yi Xian saw him, it was as if he saw experience. As long as he destroyed this sacrificial troop, he would be able to break through. Same old plan, kill. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly rushed out. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Ghost Dome Great Emperor quickly surrounded him from 3 directions. Who's there? When the 7th-stage Undying Physique Realm expert heard the commotion, he couldn't help but shout. Unfortunately, Old Tree was already behind him. Tsang Yen. Bang! Old Tree landed a heavy punch on this person's head. Instantly, this person's head exploded and his soul directly floated out. Then, Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Ripple followed. Bang! The soul was burnt to a crisp and instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. At the same time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Soul of Elegies buff increased by a little. Because Ghost Dome Great Emperor's cultivation was high, so with so many sacrifices, the Soul of Elegies buff didn't increase by much. After a few times, the buff only reached 50%. However, this wasn't bad. After all, the previous buff was only effective on Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Yi Xian couldn't even enjoy a 20% buff. But now, he could enjoy a 50% buff, which was very good. Chapter 1565. How dare you? Hearing this, Yi Xian turned around and glanced at a figure that was quickly flying towards him. This expert wasn't from the Sky Spider sect, but the Golden Toad sect. His face was swollen and ugly, and his eyes were big enough to make one's scalp go numb. This speed, he's an indestructible physique level 9. No, he's an indestructible soul realm martial artist. Yi Xian was shocked by this person. He didn't expect to bump into an indestructible soul realm martial artist. If it was an indestructible physique level 9 martial artist, he could deal with him. However, he couldn't deal with an indestructible soul realm martial artist. However, he couldn't give up now that he was about to break through. Go, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, go and stop him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the 2 of them. Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian rushed over. They were all indestructible physique level 6 while their opponent was an indestructible soul realm martial artist. There was a difference of 4 realms between them. Therefore, they had to use some tricks. Indestructible Fighting Soul. In an instant, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian's attributes increased by 2 folds. With the addition of Unicorn's Deterrence and Fusion, they could unleash 5 folds of their combat strength. As for Yi Xian, Old Tree, and the resurrected battle corpses, they began to clean up the battlefield. Devour. 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 Yi Xian began to devour the spoils of war, and everyone's cultivation rose rapidly. At the same time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had already fought with the indestructible soul realm martial artist. However, they were both sent flying with a single punch. The indestructible soul realm martial artist lived up to his name. Even if Ghost Dome Great Emperor used his indestructible fighting soul, which increased all his attributes by 2 folds, he couldn't contend with the indestructible fighting soul realm martial artist. Fortunately, he used his indestructible fighting soul realm martial artist. Otherwise, this punch would have been enough to kill them. Humph, come on. Yi Xian widened his eyes. In the next moment, the system notification rang. Ding, host has broken through. Indestructible physique level 5 martial artist. Ding, Huiling, host, broke through indestructible physique 7th martial artist. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. His current physical body is at level 7 undying fleshly body. Ding. Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. His current physical body is at level 7 undying fleshly body. 4 consecutive system notifications rang out, causing Ghost Dome Great Emperor's aura to suddenly soar by several times. Originally, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian were at the 6th level of the undying fleshly body, but now that they had reached the 7th level of the undying fleshly body, they should be able to do it. Coincidentally, before the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian could break through, the other party threw out another 2 punches. This time, other than Wei Zhentian who was sent flying, Ghost Dome Great Emperor took the attack head-on. At the same level, Ghost Dome Great Emperor was the strongest, followed by Old Tree and Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian had also guessed this scene. As a result, after Wei Zhentian was blasted flying, he directly transformed into a heaven-shaking sword and flew to the side of the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to be caught. At the same time, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's resurrected corpses flew towards the experts with undying souls, including the 7th degree undying fleshly body protectors. Death's Eye, the expert immediately reacted. However, with his realm, even an expert with an undying 8th level of the undying fleshly body wouldn't be able to break through his defense, let alone these low-level battle corpses. His target was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor in front of him. At the same time, Yi Xian was pondering from afar. If it was only the difference between the 6th and 9th level of the undying fleshly body, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor would definitely be able to beat his opponent like a sandbag with the undying battle soul. Unfortunately, it was the difference between the 7th level of the undying fleshly body and the 1st level of the undying fleshly body. Although the Ghost Dome Great Emperor could exchange blows with his opponent now, once the undying battle soul's duration was over, he would probably be beaten up. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hesitated. Old Tree also went over to help, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Although the sky-shattering meteor slash and unicorn's descent were strong, they were useless if they couldn't hit the enemy. The Bladestorm's cooldown was almost over, but by the time it was over, the effect of the undying battle soul would have been over. We can't stay here for long, let's go. Without saying anything, Yi Xian broke through the void and put the 3 Old Tree into the planting space. Hua! The void door closed, leaving the stunned expert behind. The Eye of Space, the expert from the Golden Toad sect narrowed his eyes. Although he wasn't a member of the Sky Spider sect, the 4 powers of the Sky Spider sect and the Golden Toad sect were known as the 5 Poison Divine sect. These sacrifices were required by the 5 Poison Divine sect. Yi Xian actually dared to kill these sacrifices. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Xian's void door wasn't the Eye of Space, but the Eye of the Void. At this time, Yi Xian was already far away. The wedding of the Sky Spider sect's young Lord Poison Spider is indeed attended by an undying soul expert. But now that I've broken through to the 5th level of the undying fleshly body, and the 3 Old Tree experts have reached the 7th level of the undying fleshly body, I'm qualified to rob the wedding, Yi Xian thought to himself. There was still more than a day left, so he came up with another idea. Wei Zhentian could be turned into a weapon and brought in by a Sky Spider sect disciple. However, 99% of the people in the 5 Poison Divine sect had faith, so it wasn't easy to control them. Hence, Yi Xian walked around the Sky Spider sect's branch and chose a disciple. This person was a Sky Spider sect disciple with an undying fleshly body 4th level, 1 level lower than Yi Xian. Yi Xian held this person hostage and used the Eye of Soul on him. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Ding. Control failed. Even with the Eye of Soul, Yi Xian found it difficult to control this person. After all, this person had a faith crystal in his head, so it wasn't easy to control him. Yi Xian used the Eye of Soul dozens of times, and this person's soul was on the verge of collapse. However, just as his soul was about to be destroyed, Yi Xian finally heard a system notification. Ding. Control succeeded. It wasn't easy. After using the Eye of Soul dozens of times, Yi Xian finally controlled this person. However, the faith crystal in this person's head had already cracked and was on the verge of shattering. It's finally under control. It wasn't easy. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The Eye of Soul was extremely powerful, but this person's faith was much stronger than him, which was why it was so difficult to control. I've seen this person before. The long-haired disciple of the Sky Spider sect said respectfully. Wei Zhentian, turn into a hairpin and enter the Sky Spider sect with him, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Chapter 1566. Yi Xian shared his vision with Wei Zhentian and had a special positioning system in the void. As long as Wei Zhentian was alive, he could arrive at the Sky Spider sect in an instant. On the day of the wedding, as long as Wei Zhentian saw Suyu, Yi Xian could fly over and mark her with the Death Hunt command. He would appear behind her and take her away by force. That was Yi Xian's plan. As long as he was fast enough and the old tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor made some noise, he should be able to succeed. Of course, if he saw Suyu earlier, things would be much simpler. Soon, the long-haired disciple arrived at the Sky Spider sect and successfully blended in. With the shared vision, Yi Xian could see what Wei Zhentian saw. Unfortunately, the long-haired disciple's realm was too low. He was just an ordinary disciple and could only watch from afar on the day of the wedding. However, Yi Xian also successfully blended in. When the day after tomorrow, he did not have to kill his way in. As for how many experts arrived, Yi Xian was not sure. Anyway, he saw many ninth-degree undying fleshly body realm experts and several undying soul realm experts from the other four major forces. Soon, the day of the wedding arrived. The wedding of the Sky Spider Sex Poison Spider young lord naturally had to be lively. The wedding was still in progress and the bride and groom had yet to arrive. Only a few elders of the Sky Spider sect were in charge of the ceremony. However, at noon, suddenly, an aura spread out and enveloped the entire Sky Spider sect. Then, a golden pillar of light rose from the depths of the Sky Spider sect and pierced the clouds. This is the complete awakening of the Golden Cat bloodline. Sect Master's prediction was right. The Golden Cat bloodline has fully awakened today. Although she's from the 100 Beasts realm, her realm is only at the 5th degree undying fleshly body realm. There's no way she can escape. Perhaps the Poison Spider young lord can use her to awaken the Golden Spider bloodline. Due to caution, the faith crystal in the catgirl's body was not forcefully removed. Now that she has awakened, she will probably worship the Sky Spider sect after today. Everyone in the Sky Spider sect smiled. Today was the wedding day of the young lord of the Poisonous Spider sect. Would the sect leader of the Sky Spider sect be present? He was one of the 5 sect masters of the 5 Poison sect, the Demon Spider clan's god. God of the Sky Spider sect's fleshly body. The wedding ceremony, wedding. Wedding Yi Xian. When young lord of Poisonous Spider and Suyu appeared, it was time for him to strike. Of course, before that, he had to make some noise to create a diversion. If he wanted to complete the second round of this random mission chain, he would have to pay a certain price, such as using his trump card. As S's S was shared. Young Lord of Poison Spider was a young man. He wore a purplish-black robe and always had a smile on his face. He looked no different from any other Demon Spider clan martial artist. Since Yi Xian was not here, he could not tell if young Lord of Poison Spider was in the 9th heaven undying physique realm or the undying soul realm. However, the people under his control heard the conversations of the surrounding guests. There were at least 5 undying soul realm martial artists in the Sky Spider sect, including the one who fought with Yi Xian that day. This meant that the Sky Spider sect knew that someone was robbing the sacrificial parties. Naturally, they would suspect the 100-beast domain. Although the Sky Spider sect seemed to be very festive today, there were many martial artists on guard in secret. Maybe someone would come to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Yi Xian decided to delay his action. Of course, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor did not need to. Their mission was to cause havoc in the Sky Spider sect. After a while, Su Yu, who had awakened the Golden Cat bloodline, finally appeared in front of everyone. Women from the cat tribe were as popular among the beasts as women from the fox tribe. This Su Yu was also very delicate and cute. She wore a long white dress, but under this white dress, she was wearing 2 armbands. These 2 armbands prevented her from using true qi. Of course, even if she could use her true qi, she was only in the 5th heaven undying physique realm. She couldn't even beat the Sky Spider sect disciples, so how could she escape? Young Lord of Poison Spider had placed 2 armbands on her because he didn't want her to do anything today and become a laughingstock. Finally. At this time, Yi Xian saw Su Yu through Wei Zhentian's shared vision. However, this was not the time for him to act. Even if he broke through the void and used the Death Hunt command to mark Su Yu, he would need to break through the encirclement because the Eye of Assassination was not close enough. Although it was not time for him to act, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor were ready. At this moment, Yi Xian directly used the Void Lock command to break through the void and let the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor rush in. Before the smiling crowd could react, the 2 of them began to slaughter each other. Canyon. The Old Tree took the lead and flashed towards young Lord of Poison Spider. There weren't many experts by Su Yu's side, and those few Undying Soul stage experts were relatively far away from the young Lord of Poisonous Spider. If the young Lord of Poisonous Spider were to make a move, then Yi Xian would be able to directly break through the void and take Su Yu away. However, the Old Tree was only in the 7th heaven Undying physique realm. Before he could reach halfway, he was stopped by 2 Sky Spider sect elders in the 9th heaven Undying physique realm. Sure enough, someone is causing trouble. You're courting death. An elder roared and charged towards the Old Tree with another elder. The Old Tree knew that he couldn't break through the defense, so he directly attacked one of them. Canyon. In the next moment, the Old Tree appeared behind one of them and punched him viciously. At the same time, another void door broke open beside the Old Tree. Then, a formless sword chi slashed out. Void flame sword ripple. Although Yi Xian wasn't in the Sky Spider sect, the void door consumed less eye power. He could use this method to provide support. Bam! Bam! 2 muffled sounds reverberated. The Sky Spider sect elder's head exploded, and his soul was instantly separated from his body. Then, Yi Xian stored the interspatial ring into the void door. Whoosh! The void door closed. Yi Xian provided support from afar and obtained the spoils of war. This scene happened so suddenly that even young Lord of Poison Spider and the 5 Undying Soul Realm experts couldn't react in time. What was going on? Someone used the Eye of Space. Chapter 1567. On the other hand, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor easily killed a few Sky Spider sect elders nearby. They were all Undying Realm's 7th or 8th stage physique masters. Soon, the wedding would become a funeral. Those who dare to attack the Sky Spider sect in the 5 Poison Realm must be from the 100 Beast region. Capture them. A Sky Spider sect elder bellowed. Although he said so, the Old Tree's speed was so fast that even a 9th stage physique master couldn't keep up with it. Casualties spread quickly. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was currently at the 7th stage physique master. Those who were lower than this would be turned into battle corpses and attacked others. Seeing this, those Undying Soul stage powerhouses knew that they couldn't just watch anymore. You're quite capable. Attack. The Golden Toad sect's Undying Soul Realm expert discovered that the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor were the 2 who fought him that day. Finally can't sit still, Yi Xian from the Sky Spider sect sneered and ordered the Ghost Dome Great Emperor through the air. Undying Soul Realm. In an instant, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's attributes doubled. At the same time, Wei Zhentian was the same. Yi Xian's plan was to let the old tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor attract the expert's attention first. Then, Wei Zhentian would use the sword storm to attack. That way, no one would be able to stop Wei Zhentian. However, things weren't that simple because only 2 of them were attacking. The other 3 were with the young Lord of Poisonous Spider. Helplessly, he could only expose Wei Zhentian earlier. Wei Zhentian, Sword Storm. Hearing this, Wei Zhentian jumped out of the disciple's hair and transformed into tens of thousands of figures. Sword Storm. Whirl. The change here caught the sky spider sect off guard. No one would have thought that other than the 2 who used the Eye of Space to attack, there were other hidden enemies. The sky spider sect's disciples gathered together. Once the sword storm was unleashed, thousands of people died. Then, the dead were resurrected by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's will of death and turned into battle corpses. Seeing this scene, the young Lord of Poisonous Spider knew that this was going to be a big deal. The other 3 indestructible soul experts looked at each other and went up to him. However, the heaven-shaking sword group was extremely scattered, directly splitting into 10 waves and sweeping towards the main hall. These 3 people were unable to deal with it at all. "Humph, you're coming for me? You're courting death." Young Lord of Poisonous Spider immediately reacted. He thought that the ambusher's target was him and wanted to kill him. After all, he was the son of the Sky Spider, and his future achievements might surpass his father's. However, he guessed wrong. However, when he charged out, he realized that he was wrong. When the Heaven Quake sword swept over, Yi Xian had already broken through the void and arrived in the midst of the Heaven Quake swords. He first used the death warrant to mark the astonished Su Yu, then quickly used the Eye of Assassination. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared behind Su Yu. "Yi Xian. I was sent by Su Qin to save you. Let's go." Yi Xian condensed his true energy into a thread and whispered a few words to Su Yu before forcefully dragging her into the void door. Swish! By the time young Lord of Poisonous Spider reacted, the void door had already closed. It turned out that the target of this group of people was not him, but Su Yu. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. If he was at the undying 9th layer realm, Yi Xian probably would not have left. However, when Yi Xian used the Eye of Assassination to sweep behind Su Yu, he sensed that young Lord of Poisonous Spider was not at the undying 9th layer realm, but the undying soul realm. At this time, he had already rescued her, but this time, Yi Xian went all out. He could not just leave like this. Go all out and kill. Yi Xian gave the order to Old Tree's trio. "Sir, you were really sent by my sister," before Su Yu, who was forcibly pulled into the void door by Yi Xian, could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a new void door that appeared in front of her. "Don't talk nonsense, come in." Yi Xian did not say anything and directly dragged her in. This time, the landing point was a transmission array. Whoosh! The transmission array began to operate. Yi Xian was transported to the vicinity of Blackwater City, then continuously broke through the void and directly left the 5 poison territory. The last landing point was where Su Qin and the others were hiding. "Sister?" When Su Yu saw Su Qin and the others, her eyes almost popped out. "Sister?" When Su Qin saw that Su Yu was really rescued, he was also shocked. Yi Xian actually rescued Su Yu from the hands of young Lord of Poisonous Spider. How was this possible? Ding, the second part of the chain mission is completed. Ding, the third part of the chain mission is triggered. Escort Su Qin, Su Yu, and the others back to the 100 Beasts territory. 2 system prompts sounded in succession. Yi Xian had actually already guessed the third part of the mission. He looked at the 2 cat sisters who were reunited and said, "Stay here and don't move. Wait for me to come back and take you to the 100 Beasts territory." "Thank you, Big." Before the 2 sisters could finish speaking, Yi Xian left again and teleported back to the transmission array. From the time he rescued Su Yu until now, it had only been 10 seconds. And in these 10 seconds, the battle in the Sky Spider sect had reached its climax. Wei Zhentian, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Old Tree, and the resurrected battle corpses were fighting against the entire Sky Spider sect. 5 undead soul realm experts, plus young Lord of Poisonous Spider, that's a total of 6. However, these 6 people couldn't do anything to Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the other 2. During the time Yi Xian was away, the system prompts kept ringing in his mind. All of them were prompts that his killing intent value had increased. At this time, there were already countless wandering souls wandering in the Sky Spider sect. Yi Xian also wanted to take this opportunity to harvest some. Hua! The void door opened again and Yi Xian rushed in. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. Nihility Flame Sword Ripple. One soul after another was obliterated by Yi Xian, and the buff of the Elegy of Souls also increased rapidly. Not only that, but he also used the soul poison he obtained from the Sky Spider Sect's elders. Once the poison spread, those with weak souls would die instantly. The experience points of these people naturally fell to Yi Xian. After all, he was the one who spread the poison. Yi Xian was already immune to the poison. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Old Tree also had the immortal Phoenix bloodline, so they were naturally immune to it. In 10 seconds, more than half of the Sky Spider sect's experts were dead. The remaining ones still had to deal with the resurrected battle corpses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian formed an Eye of Myriad and began to collect the spoils. These dead people were the elites of the Sky Spider sect, and there was no lack of elders among them. These things added up were enough for Yi Xian to break through. As long as he broke through, there was no need to be afraid of these people. Chapter 1568. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian could use the sword storm. After killing so many people, the killing feast's amplification had tripled. The killing feast was a very powerful skill that could amplify the skills of the target. In other words, other than the sword storm, the flaming sun rope, the raging inferno shield, and the grip of the underworld could also be amplified. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's undying battle soul was about to expire, so Yi Xian had to break through before then. Success or failure depended on this move. Otherwise, they could only retreat first. However, it was impossible for Yi Xian to let go of the 5 undying soul realm experts. With the eye of nature, the interspatial rings swept towards Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian had already used the Dark Night canopy and was hidden in the darkness, the interspatial rings pointed out his location. The Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor could hold back 3 people, while the Sword Storm could block 2 people. However, young Lord of Poisonous Spider was free. At this moment, young Lord of Poisonous Spider was already charging towards Yi Xian. How dare you interrupt my fun? You're courting death. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider stretched out 8 spider legs from his back and stabbed towards Yi Xian. So what if you're in the undying soul realm? Yi Xian snorted and tore through space to arrive on the other side. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to fight young Lord of Poisonous Spider head-on. However, with the killing feast's tripled amplification, he might be able to fight. Killing intent explosion. Void flame sword wave. The power of this move wasn't any weaker than an attack from a peak 9th stage undying soul realm expert. This attack was enough to severely injure any 9th stage undying soul realm expert. Even if an undying soul realm expert was hit, they would be injured. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider already knew that Yi Xian had the Eye of Space. Naturally, he wouldn't be injured. He directly blocked the void flame sword wave with his spider legs behind him. However, Yi Xian's figure suddenly disappeared in the next moment. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian quickly marked Ghost Dome Great Emperor's opponent and flashed behind him. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor's opponent was the expert from the Golden Toad sect. At first, he was suppressed by his opponent, but when he saw Yi Xian appear, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's eyes suddenly flashed. Killing intent explosion. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Yi Xian launched another sneak attack. This time, his attack was 30% stronger than the one he used against young Lord of Poisonous Spider. After all, he had the buff from Assassin's Eye. This expert from the Golden Toad sect was not as strong as the young Lord of Poison Spider, but his defense was very strong. When the Void Flame sword wave slashed at his back, more than half of it was neutralized by the black liquid that seeped out from the expert's skin. However, this was just an appetizer. Yi Xian had no intention of using the Void Flame sword ripple to kill him. Next up was the main course. Unicorn Descend. A flaming hoof came crashing down. Unicorn Descend, which was enhanced by 3 times from the Slaughter Feast, was extremely powerful. Although this expert from the Golden Toad sect was in the Undead Soul realm, he could not block this attack. Bang! The expert from the Golden Toad sect was stepped on, and his entire body fell from the sky. Although the black liquid on his skin neutralized most of the power, he was still heavily injured. Before he could react, the second Unicorn Descend came. Rumble. Unicorn Descend, and the expert from the Golden Toad sect was heavily injured. If he was not proficient in defense, he would have died. However, the real killing move came at the end. When the first Unicorn Descend appeared, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor gripped his Ghost Dome Great Sword tightly and slashed down. Combination technique, sky-shattering flowing rock slash. Although Wei Zhentian was using Blade Storm, after the Ghost Dome Great Emperor mutated, the two of them were considered to be in a combination state as long as they were within a certain range. In this case, even if he used the Ghost Dome Great Sword, he could still use the sky-shattering flowing rock slash. This sky-shattering flowing rock slash was seamlessly connected with Unicorn Descend. After the second Unicorn Descend, this sky-shattering flowing rock slash landed on the expert from the Golden Toad sect. Yi Xian was only in the Undead Soul realm, while the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was in the Undead Soul realm. This sky-shattering flowing rock slash was enough to kill this expert from the Golden Toad sect. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, and the expert from the Golden Toad sect began to turn into stone. In the end, his entire body turned into a statue. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification rang out, and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. Immediately after, he saw the soul floating out from the corpse of the Golden Toad sect expert. Void Flame Sword Ripple. Yi Xian casually slashed out with his sword, obliterating the soul of the Golden Toad sect expert. The Elegy of Souls buff also increased by a lot. However, this wasn't the most important thing, but the interspatial ring of the Golden Toad sect expert. When Yi Xian obtained the interspatial ring, he found that there wasn't much inside, which made him a little disappointed. This Golden Toad sect expert was already in the Undead Soul realm. Even if he used a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, he would still condense a soul seed. A soul seed was equivalent to a second life. Even if the soul was obliterated, as long as the hidden soul seed was safe and sound, the soul seed could begin to grow and revive after the soul was destroyed. Obviously, this Golden Toad sect expert should have a soul seed, which was why he had hidden his belongings. Now that he was killed by Yi Xian, his soul seed should have begun to grow. However, there were also good and bad soul seeds. A good soul seed's revival speed was fast, while a bad soul seed's revival would take a long time. In short, it wouldn't succeed so quickly. Originally, there were 6 Undead Soul Realm experts, but now there were only 5 left. Yi Xian estimated that as long as he killed one more person, he could break through to the Undead Soul realm. No, there was no need to kill anymore. The interspatial rings of the Sky Spider sect disciples and elders were enough. But now, young Lord of Poisonous Spider wouldn't let Yi Xian succeed. He quickly charged at Yi Xian again. 8 Spider Spears. Young Lord of Poisonous Spider's eyes flashed. Flustered and exasperated, he used his strongest attack. Instantly, the 8 spider legs behind him turned into 8 streams of light and stabbed at Yi Xian. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes widened, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. This was because he knew that young Lord of Poisonous Spider had forgotten that he had the Eye of Space. Eye of Space. At that moment, Yi Xian used the Eye of Space again and tore a space crack in front of him. If there were no accidents, these 8 spider legs would pierce into the space crack and come out from the back of young Lord of Poisonous Spider. It was possible that he would commit suicide. However, Yi Xian thought too much of this young Lord of Poisonous Spider. Just as the 8 spider legs were about to pierce into the space